Hey friends, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. It's one of the most powerful ways you can help the channel grow. Every like, comment, and share that you leave in the first few hours of a video tells YouTube that our stories are worth pushing to a bigger audience. With your support, I know we can get to 25,000 subscribers by Halloween. Remember, we never have ads in the middle of our stories. And don't forget, if you want to rep The Darkest Hour, visit thedarkesthourYT.com for exclusive merch you won't find anywhere else. Thanks for being part of this journey. Now, on with the show. I only got the gig at the mill, Watson's Mill, because my friend Jen couldn't stop talking about community grants. They'll pay you to scrape paint, she said, waving a form at me like it was a golden ticket. Heritage restoration, fresh faces, we love that. I do not have what anyone would call a restoration background. I have a left shoulder that clicks when I carry lumber, and a playlist called Paint Fumes, but make it cozy. That's the vibe that I brought to the job. Capable enough, mildly underqualified, eager for a paycheck. The mill sits on a bend of a lazy river, half an hour outside of Ottawa. A rectangle of limestone and timber beams, glass panes that wobble in their frames. It's a building that you visit on a school field trip and swear that you'll come back to it in the fall when the leaves go red, which you never do. It smells like damp stone and flour, even though no grains have been through those stones for decades. They're making it a small museum again. Interpretive signs, a gift nook that will stock maple candies and tea towels with tasteful wheat motifs. The crew is a mix of a serious carpenter named Alex, a retired teacher who knows every nail's proper name, and me, who asks where we keep the big scrubby scrapey thing, and is handed a carding brush. The first week, it's all scaffolding and tarps. The second week, we're inside, patching hairline cracks and consolidating old mortar. The mill machinery is there, bulking and quiet. The wooden chute for the grain, the dresser, the leather belts looped over iron pulleys. A governor that looks like something that belongs on a steampunk poster. 2 metal balls that would spin out with the speed to regulate the stones. It's beautiful and blunt. You can imagine it roaring. Local lore does the rounds almost immediately. A volunteer with a key ring the size of a salad plate tells us not to worry if we hear footsteps on the 3rd floor, because that's just the building settling. Someone else mentions a girl who died in the mill in the 1800s, and then corrects themselves. No, it was a young woman. And the story's more complicated. But anyway, don't work alone late. We laugh. It's July. 4:30 sunsets are a problem for future us. But I don't experience something late or after hours. It's a Tuesday, maybe 3 p.m., which has got to be the least haunted time of day. Alex goes out to the truck to call the electrician. The retired teacher, Mr. Doyle, he insists on Mr., is counting screws in that way that retired teachers count things, methodically and for real. The river outside is low, summer lazy, the spillway half closed. I end up downstairs in search of a broom. The 1st floor is cool and cave-like, stone on all 3 sides and the river winking through the window on the 4th. You can smell grain here, even stronger. A ghost odor I can't place. Sweet, stale, something like old cereal boxes. I stand a second because it feels good on my sunburned skin, and then I remember the broom closet is near the main shaft, where the wheel connects to a fat iron rod that once turned everything. I don't know anything about mills in general, not really, but I've been looking at this shaft for 2 weeks at this point, and it's always made me think of an animal in a barn, sleeping, but alive. That's a weird thought to have, and I blame the podcasts I listen to with my headphones on. The ones where people tell you that their house sighs and talks and you believe them. The broom's propped up behind a display case that we haven't cleared yet. I'm dragging it out when I hear the belt whisper. That's the sound. Whisper. The long leather strap that hangs off the main drive gives this dry little shiver and shifts an inch. I'm now listening for footsteps above me, because movement in here means that someone's pulling something, right? But there's nothing. The upstairs is quiet except for a sander that's been off all day and the muted pigeon noise from the rafters. The belt shivers again. This time, it's not imagination. I can see it move. The main shaft gives a polite nudge. Tick. And the governor's balls, those iron spheres, they rock inward like a slow inhale. I lean over the railing and look out at the water wheel through the open slats. The wheel doesn't move. The river doesn't surge. Everything outside is July still. But inside, something is saying, let's try a little. Tick. Another nudge. Sort of movement you could explain 1,000 ways. Settling wood, thermal expansion, my own heartbeat. Except the next thing is not explainable by a heartbeat, at least not mine. The governor lifts. Not a lot. A thumb's width. It's just enough that the linkage rod connected to it makes the tiniest metallic sound. Alex, I call, because hearing your own voice makes the world line up. You down here? No answer. The retired teacher coughs once upstairs. Footsteps go across a board in a slow, I'm counting screws rhythm. There's this instinct to put your hand on a warm hood after a drive, to feel the engine's heat and say, yeah, it's been running. That's the impulse that I fight. You're not supposed to touch century-old equipment with bare hands, oil and all that. But the real reason I don't touch the shaft is because I'm a little scared of learning that it's warm. The governor lifts again. The leather belt slides a careful inch over the pulley, and the pulley in response rolls. It's not even turning, more like politely remembering how to move. I feel pressure in my ears, like when a train goes by, that tiny, irrational body sense of mass in motion. The mill, it smells stronger all at once, sweet and chalky, as if someone dragged a sack of grain across the floor and split it on a nail. Hey, I say to no one, don't. That's ridiculous. I'm talking to a building, but it stops, like a dog caught nosing a counter. The belt stills. The governor settles, lowest point. A clink as the linkage kisses its seat. The silence after is magnified. The river hush, the pigeon shuffle, my own breath. I stand for a long minute because moving feels like it's going to pop some sort of bubble. And then I go to the spillway lever, because of course there's a rational explanation, and I check it. The gate is exactly where it's been all day. Outside, the water wheel is as is. I put my palm to the shaft anyway, because I have to know. It's not warm, but it's also not cold. Stone is cool, room cool. It's just familiar. Upstairs, Mr. Doyle calls my name, wanting to know if I've seen the box of drywall screws. My voice sounds normal when I answer. I go back upstairs, and I spend the next hour just telling myself it's fine. At some point, Alex returns, smelling like sawdust and phone frustration. We argue mildly about lunch for the next day, subs or that diner with the neon trout sign. For some reason, I don't mention the governor. I don't mention the belt. I wasn't exactly worried about what they would say. It was more like I was just trying to figure it out for myself, deciding what had really happened. Later, when we're closing up, we all go down together to make sure the windows are latched. Casually looking around, the belt looks like a belt again. Everything's normal. Governor looks like a forgotten coat hook. We lock the door, and the mill keeps its cool breath behind stone. That night, I look up videos of the machinery, real diagrams. There are a million reasons that a belt might move. A draft, vibrations from upstairs, the river pushing just enough through the gate to rock the shaft, the leather relaxing. I believe those reasons. I also believe the smell of grain got incredibly strong for a few seconds there in a building that hasn't milled anything in living memory. So those things can both be true at once. On my last day, a few weeks later, I run a clean rag along the railing by the main drive. The rag comes up gray. I fold it in quarters and keep it in my pocket. It feels corny, but I wanted a piece of this place. One that wasn't a tea towel with wheat on it. Before I go, I stand by the governor and the belt and the shaft and I say quietly, "You're gonna look great this fall." It might seem strange, but I guess when people say that a place feels alive, that mill definitely felt that way. So it didn't really feel like I was talking to a building. It was like I was talking to a person. I was 17 when I got my first real job. It wasn't bagging groceries like all my friends, but something that in hindsight feels like a setup for a ghost story. I worked at Castle Inn Catering, which operated out of the Gessner Mansion in Georgetown, Seattle, though everyone just calls it the Georgetown Castle. From the street, it looked like a leftover from a different century. Gray stone, turrets, and windows too narrow and tall for anything modern. By the 70s, it was worn down in a way that gave it more character than charm. And at night, with the fog rolling in, it could have passed for a set piece from a horror movie. My friends did tease me about it. I laughed along, but deep down, I already sensed something about that place didn't sit right. I guess that's just how you feel when you slightly know the history of some place. It's supposed to be haunted, so it feels that way. But no. At first, the work was simple. Setting up folding tables, carrying trays of food, pouring coffee for retirees at banquet dinners. The owner, a stout woman with a permanent scowl and a smoker's voice, didn't waste time on small talk. She told me where the mop was, how to polish the glasses so they didn't streak, and which rooms not to linger in after hours. I thought she was joking. Later, I realized she wasn't. During breaks, the older workers liked to tell stories about the place. They said back in the 1920s it had been a brothel and a saloon run by Peter Gessner himself, who made his money by providing entertainment during the Prohibition. Someone mentioned the name Sarah, or maybe Mary, depending on who was talking. The details shifted from mouth to mouth, but the gist was the same. A young redhead woman, once an employee of the brothel, met a violent end in one of the upstairs rooms. Some said that she'd been strangled by a jealous magician who'd courted her. Others said that she'd been shot by a pimp with a temper. Either way, her story ended in her death, but maybe not that of her spirit. She still walks the halls, one of the dishwashers told me matter-of-factly, like he was giving directions to the nearest bus stop. You'll know it's her when you see the white gown. Sometimes she's clean, sometimes she ain't. Either way, don't stare too long. She don't like it. Now, I did tend to laugh at these things, chalk it up to kitchen gossip. The kind of thing you tell new hires to spook them in the perfect setting. But soon enough, I stopped laughing. One night, after getting back from a wedding reception, I decided to stay behind, clean up the kitchen. I was alone in the dining room. I'd just smoked a cigarette outside and was sitting down. And while sitting there, I heard the distinct sound of a woman humming, not singing. And it wasn't coming from a radio, it was just humming. It drifted from the upstairs balcony, low, like someone was just passing time, but clear, like someone's voice really making the sound. I froze, listening. The place was supposed to be empty. I called out. Maybe one of my fellow workers was still around. The humming stopped, and then a door slammed upstairs, sharp as a gunshot. The next morning when I mentioned it, one of the older women shrugged. She likes weddings, she said. Always has. Always knows when we're preparing for one, you know? That was the first time I felt this shift. The crawling sense at the back of my neck that told me the stories weren't just for fun. I guess you could say the Gessner mansion had a way of showing its moods. Lights flickered even after electricians swore the wiring was sound. It was a new setup after all. Cold air pooled in certain corners. Didn't matter the season. Dishes, though, they sometimes leapt off the shelves, shattering on the tile floor with no one nearby. This was obviously before security cameras, but we didn't need them. Once during a Christmas party, I carried a tray of champagne flutes through the hall. As I stepped under the archway, every single glass on my tray tipped forward and crashed to the carpet. Not one backward or sideways, forward in unison. Guests gasped. My manager was cursing, but when I bent to clean, the sharp smell of iron filled my nose. Much stronger than the drinks I'd spilled. It was the smell of blood, and it turned my stomach. The scent vanished as quickly as it came, though. Later that same night, a coworker whispered to me, "I don't think she likes holidays. Bad memories." How could they know that? Sure. But still, it felt deliberate, the spilling of the glasses. My last real encounter happened on a February evening. We had catered a retirement party and just gotten back to the mansion. We now needed to break down and clean everything from the day's prep. A few of us were cleaning close to midnight. I went to start sweeping the upstairs hallway, a job I'd been putting off all night. That hallway had always made me a bit uneasy. The wallpaper peeling in strips, the fact that no one really used it. It sort of felt like a boarding house up there, as though guests might step out in their nightgowns at any moment. I guess at one point it was that, so. But on this night, as I worked my way down the corridor, broom in hand, I felt the air get cooler. My breath misted. I turned, and I saw her. She stood at the far end of the hallway, a woman in a white nightgown, the fabric sheer enough that the lamplight glowed through it. Her hair was blazing red, tangled, falling over her shoulders. She felt so real. At first, I thought the shadows were playing tricks. Maybe it was a painting I'd never seen. But then I saw the stains across her chest, dark patches, seeping, spreading, like blood still fresh. For just a moment, even in the distance, I felt the weight of her gaze. It was like something invisible pressing against my chest, daring me to move or look away. In the amount of time it took me to take a deep breath, she was gone. The sight of her being there and not there, it scared me. I lost grip of the broom, and I remember the sound it made, clattering against the floor. The noise seemed to break some sort of spell. But in that instant, every door along the hallway slammed shut, one after another, until only the silence was left. Well, I had already started making my way down before the silence. My one coworker, who was down in the kitchen still, was just laughing. Obviously, they'd worked there longer than me, experienced something like this before. But I had never experienced something like that before. I felt like I couldn't even tell anyone. Who believes something like that, or who cares? Nobody else seemed to be scared by the things that happened there, so I guess I sort of sucked it up. But a few weeks later, I told my boss that I had school, which wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the truth either. The truth was, I couldn't scrub the image of that woman from my mind. I couldn't really shake the sense that she'd singled me out somehow, showing herself. It's obviously been years since I've been inside the mansion, but I still live in the area, so I drive by it. By now, it's back in private hands. Its catering days are long over. If that place is haunted, or spirits still reside there, the new owners don't seem to talk about it. But gosh, I've wanted to knock on their door and ask so many times. So this happened a couple years back when I was working a night shift as a security guard. It was at a historical building downtown. One night I was doing my usual rounds. It was about 2:30 a.m., dead quiet. I'm walking through one of the upper floors, the old office wing, when I stop to check one of the doors that never locks right. I'm standing there with my flashlight on the knob, and I hear, clear as day, someone whispers my name. It wasn't loud. It was just over my shoulder, like someone leaned in close to say it. I didn't even think. I just whipped around with the flashlight, fully expecting to see a coworker screwing with me. But there was nothing. The hallway was empty. I guess what stuck with me it wasn't just a whisper. It was the fact that they said my name. It wasn't like a psst or something that you could just mistake for pipes hissing or wind slipping through the window. No. It was my name. I stood there like an idiot for maybe 10 seconds, and then I just kept moving. Fast. I did the rest of my rounds in record time, and I spent the rest of the night glued to the main desk, with every possible light on. I didn't hear it again, and I didn't see anything. I never actually worked another night shift alone in that building, thankfully. So me and my buddy had a wedding to go to in Maple Valley, and when it wrapped up, neither of us was ready to head straight home. He suggested that we go smoke for a bit before driving back, and that's when he brought up the Black Diamond Cemetery. It was on the way, and he'd read about it once, said it was supposed to be one of the oldest cemeteries in Washington. I'd heard the name before, but never been. We both figured, why not? When else were going to be out here? Seemed like a dumb, kind of cool detour. I'll start by saying that neither of us are ghost guys. We weren't looking to get freaked out, and honestly, I've been to cemeteries plenty of times and nothing's ever happened. Just quiet places with headstones. Maybe a weird vibe if you let yourself think too much or stay a little too long after smoking. This was the mindset. Just go hang out. We got there sometime after 11. The road was much darker than expected. Lined with trees, the place looked way older than I thought it would. The gates were open, though. We parked off to the side and walked in, trying to be quiet out of respect, even though no one living was around to care. We found a spot to sit on that was a low concrete wall, lit up, and we just started talking about random stuff. People from the wedding, music, the usual. We definitely weren't scared. If anything, it was a cool spot. I remember checking the time on my phone, and when I looked up, my buddy was staring past me. I thought maybe he was zoning out, until I saw his face. He looked locked in, like he was trying to figure out what he was seeing. I turned, and that's when I noticed movement between the headstones. It wasn't an animal. I know what a raccoon looks like, and this wasn't that. It looked like a person, just a figure slipping between graves. No flashlight or sound with their steps. Just 1 second they're there and gone the next. Neither of us moved or said anything at first. We just watched. Then the air literally changed, like a gust of wind, but colder. I don't really know how else to explain it. 1 minute it was a normal cold night, and the next it felt colder and heavier, despite there not being any rain. It was like something was pressing down on us. The trees around us went pretty still. and the silence got so sharp that it made my ears ring. My buddy whispered, "Do you hear that?" At first I didn't, but then it hit me. It was almost like someone was singing. Not clear words, just this faint, steady tone. They were singing a song far away. It didn't fit with anything. There weren't houses nearby, no cars driving past. Just that sound carrying across the graves. We both stood up from the wall. We were trying to act calm, but failing miserably. I kept telling myself that was definitely the wind or my imagination. Then, a little ways down the path, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing completely still in front of one of the older stones. It looked pale, like gray on gray in the moonlight. I couldn't make out a face or features, just the shape. I looked at my buddy, and he saw it too. We didn't stick around. He grabbed my arm, and we both just booked it back toward the car. As we ran, it didn't feel like the sound was getting further away. It just stayed right with us. We slammed the doors, and we sat there in silence. We couldn't hear the sound anymore, just both of us breathing hard, not wanting to look back toward the cemetery. Eventually, we got the nerve to start driving. That's when we realized that we hadn't said a single word to each other about what we saw. Not until we were about 10 minutes down the road. He said to me, "You saw it too, right?" And I nodded. That was it. We didn't even try to explain it. Didn't want to. I've been to plenty of places that people say are haunted. This was the first time something actually happened. It wasn't exactly a jump scare, but that singing and that image, it was enough. We are officially ghost guys. When I was about 8 years old, my family didn't have a lot of money, so me and my sister shared a bed in this small room at my grandma's house. It was an old house where everything smelled faintly like cedar and mothballs. The hallway, always a little darker than it should be. This one night sticks with me more than anything else from that time. It was late, like past midnight. The window was cracked open because it was summer and we didn't have AC. I remember waking up because my sister rolled over and kneed me in the side. I sat up a little, annoyed, and then I saw a woman. She was standing at the end of our bed. She wasn't moving or saying anything, just standing there. She looked kind of blurry in the dark, but I could tell that she had some kind of long dress on, old-fashioned like. Her hands were clasped in front of her like she was praying or waiting. I couldn't see her face clearly, but I knew that she was looking towards us. I thought I was dreaming, but then my sister spoke. "Do you see her?" Neither of us moved. I didn't want to blink because I was scared that she'd get closer if I did. After what felt like forever, my sister yanked the blanket over her head, and I did the same. We stayed like that until we fell back asleep. In the morning, the room was normal. It felt silly that we were so afraid, but we were. We didn't tell anyone because we were scared they wouldn't believe us, or worse, that talking about her would make her come back. We really only talked about it years later as adults, and my sister remembers it exactly the way I do. The woman at the foot of the bed, her dress, her hands. We've never seen anything like that. Neither of us have seen anything like that since. But we've never forgotten her. Back when I was in college, I lived off campus in this old house that had been converted into apartments. It wasn't exactly in the best shape. The floor creaked everywhere. The plumbing was ancient and questionable, and it definitely had that always a little chilly vibe, even in the summer, which could be nice. People said that it used to be a boarding house back in the day, I never looked into it, but it wouldn't surprise me. One night I was up late studying in my room. My roommate was gone for the weekend, so I had the whole apartment to myself. It was after midnight, super quiet, just me and the sound of my laptop fan. I remember leaning back in my chair, rubbing my eyes when I heard this low, drawn-out sigh. It came from right behind me. The sound was so close, I actually felt it brush against the back of my neck. I spun around so fast that my chair nearly tipped. But there was nothing there. It was just the wall and the window. The radiator in the corner was hissing, as usual. But it didn't sound like the building was settling. It sounded like a human, and a heavy sigh against my neck. It happened so quick, but I was so certain of what it was. I sat there, waiting for anything else to happen. A second sound, maybe some movement, but it was just silence. After maybe a minute, I grabbed my stuff, and I went downstairs to the living room. I ended up falling asleep on the couch with the TV on, because I couldn't bring myself to go back to that room until the sun was up. I lived there for another year after that. It never happened again, but to this day, I can still remember exactly how it sounded and how it felt. Like someone had been standing right over me. This story happened about 10 years ago, when my son was 5. It's one of those things I still wrestle with in my mind. Was it just a coincidence, child's imagination, or did we experience something far stranger? That summer, we took a family trip through a few historic sites. My husband is a history buff, and one of our stops was a battlefield, a place tied to one of the bloodiest clashes in our country's history. People say you can still feel the weight of what happened there, and after what we experienced, I believe it. We went on a daytime tour. It wasn't meant to be scary, it was more educational. We walked the trails, saw the old cannons, read the plaques. Our son did what any 5-year-old would do. Ran ahead, stopped to play with sticks, asked too many questions. At one point, we were near a slope where the guide explained soldiers had once made a desperate stand. My son crouched down in the grass, poked around, and proudly showed me what looked like a small, rusted piece of metal. I didn't think much of it. It was tiny, about the size of a marble, and half caked with dirt. He insisted it was a treasure. We didn't encourage it, but I also didn't have the heart to tell him to leave it there. I slipped it in his pocket and we went about our day. That night in our hotel, he couldn't sleep. He kept saying someone was talking to him. Not in a scared way, but a matter-of-fact way. The way a kid announces anything. "The man in the boots," he said. "He wants to come home." My husband brushed it off as a dream, but the words kind of made my skin crawl. When we got home a few days later, things started happening. Little things at first. At night, I'd hear what I thought were footsteps in the hallway. Heavy, deliberate, too heavy for a child. Sometimes it sounded like pacing. I'd check and find nothing. Our son began waking up crying, saying he couldn't sleep because the man was walking too loud. Other nights he'd sit up smiling and whisper, "He's guarding me." That's when I noticed he was clutching this little piece of metal in his fist. He'd kept it under his pillow. When I tried to take it away, he screamed like I was hurting him. The atmosphere in the house changed. Cold spots appeared, especially near our son's room. Toys moved at night. I put them away, and in the morning they'd be neatly lined up on the wall, like soldiers in formation. Once I came downstairs before dawn, and I found the front door cracked open. My son was asleep in bed. My husband swore he hadn't touched it. I don't know if you've ever lived with that kind of unease, but it's exhausting. You question yourself constantly. Was that sound just the house, or did I misplace that toy? Am I imagining the cold draft? But night after night, the feeling grew heavier and undeniable. The breaking point came one evening when my husband and I were in the kitchen. We both heard it at the same time. Heavy boots coming down the hallway towards us. We froze, staring at each other, neither of us moving. The sound stopped just before the kitchen doorway, but nothing stood there. We didn't speak of it in front of our son, but he must have sensed our fear. He became quieter, more withdrawn. When I asked what the man said, he'd answer with strange phrases that didn't sound like his own. Things like, "Hold the line," or "We won't see the morning." One night I finally broke. I sat on the floor by his bed after he'd fallen asleep, holding the tiny piece of metal. It wasn't just junk. It was like a musket ball, worn and scarred with age. My hands were shaking as I whispered into the dark, "You can't stay here. He's just a child. Please, let go." The next day I told my husband that we had to take it back. He didn't argue. So the following weekend, we drove back to the battlefield. It felt strange, almost ceremonial. We walked back to the same area, and when no one was looking, I knelt down and set the musket ball in the grass. I whispered again. This time I felt a bit choked up. "Rest now. You remembered, but you can't follow us home." That night, for the first time in weeks, our son slept soundly. No footsteps, no whispers. Even the house literally felt lighter. He never mentioned the man in boots again, or the musket ball. None of it. I've carried a strange mix of emotions ever since. Part of me is still shaken. What followed us was not imagination, but another part of me feels grief. Whoever that soldier was, he lingered for so long, maybe just waiting for acknowledgement. My son gave him that in a way, and when I think about it like that, it doesn't feel like a haunting. It feels like a soul that just needed to be seen one last time. But I'll never forget the sound of those boots, walking right up to the kitchen door. I used to live just outside of Redwood County, Minnesota, and around the age of 16, my parents started allowing me to go camping on my own. That summer, I was in southwest Minnesota with some friends, and we decided to camp inside the reservation. After a long day of bullshitting around, we found a spot and decided to set up our tents. It was pretty beautiful out there, super serene and quiet. We definitely felt like we were on our own out there, but at 16, I painted us as pretty damn fearless, so we weren't bothered, at least not yet. Eventually, it was nightfall, and though still not afraid, the area held a different kind of quiet. It was almost silent. I have no idea what time I fell asleep, but I know it was around 3 a.m. when I woke up. For a few seconds, I wasn't sure why, but then I heard my name being called from outside my tent. It was my friend Aaron's voice, and he was really trying to get my attention. I could also hear my other friend Jeremy shushing Aaron, telling him to be quiet. I didn't say a word. I just started feeling around and looking for a light. Before I got to it, though, I heard something in the silence. But it's like my brain couldn't connect what it was for a minute, until it was so loud and so obvious. It was the sound of horses running, but also what I can only describe as war cries. Almost immediately after I heard the sounds, I realized this was probably what Aaron was trying to bring to my attention. I unzipped my tent because I wanted to see if I could see anything. Jeremy was already outside of his tent, and he was looking around like he had the same idea. We both started to step out closer to the extinguished campfire to investigate the sounds. I couldn't believe how clear they were, how eerie they were. Something about being there suddenly felt wrong, but I still can't pinpoint why. Shortly after that thought, Aaron walked out of his tent armed with a paintball gun. Not sure what good he thought he was going to do with it, but it said to me that he was scared. I guess we all kind of were by now. After an exchange of, "Do you guys hear that?" we all decided that it was something real. We were on the reservation, so it was most likely that the noises were coming from there, somehow. Aaron was paranoid it was someone's way of telling us to get lost, a warning of some kind before a real brutal attack took place. I didn't think that sounded right, but I didn't have much else to offer as to what I thought it was. To me, it couldn't be anything other than what it sounded like. Horses, war cries. It seemed to envelop the whole area, yet was only a whisper at the same time. Suddenly, I felt a small brush of wind against my face, followed by an unusual thump sound right next to my ear. It sounded like something had hit the tree directly behind me, but this time I didn't stick around to investigate. Almost on cue, we all funneled into one car, drove a mile or so into somewhat civilization, and did something that emulated sleep for the next couple of hours. Then, because there's something about daylight, it gives you courage that somehow dissipates when it's dark, we decided to drive back to the campsite. Courage may be a strong word. In reality, we still had to get Aaron's car and the rest of our shit. So what choice did we really have? Once we got there, everything was exactly how we'd left it. Jeremy and Aaron started packing up almost right away, but I had to check something out first. Chances were we wouldn't be coming back to this place again, but something told me, something stronger than just my curiosity, that I would find something in that tree. The tree that had been behind me the night before. I had heard something strike it. Inspecting the tree trunk, I found what appeared to be the odd end of an arrowhead, with the pointed end embedded in the tree. Part of me wanted to take it out, but a bigger part of me felt like that was a bad idea. I told the guys to come over and take a look. We all agreed that's definitely what we were looking at. I decided to pack up my tent. The guys were still over by the tree when Aaron called me back over. They'd found something else. It looked like the piece of an axe. Part of the sharp end, but no handle attached, and missing the piece of material that would connect the two parts together. It made me want to find the handle, and though I never did, we found more of these assorted pieces of history. At least that's what I assumed they were. Full-sized arrowheads in various colors of gray, red, and brown. But also, there was this white material that sort of littered the area if you looked real close, or if you knew what you were looking for. They were pieces of pottery, clearly scattered now, but at one time I imagined they were full. We rummaged around the area for what felt like hours, but after we realized we could likely do this forever and never come up short, we decided to call it a day. At one point, Jeremy asked if we should take any of it with us, but we opted not to. I'm shocked and grateful that even at 16 we had enough wherewithal not to take anything with us. Pretty sure we were all just grateful, too, that nothing bad had happened to us or our stuff. I mean, besides being scared out of our minds. Though, something tells me that if we weren't so respectful, things could have been a whole lot scarier. My granddad used to drive big rigs, and after pleading and begging my mom and dad, they allowed me to go on a delivery with him during the summer. It was my 8th grade year. The next fall, I'd be a freshman in high school, and this was my first time out of state. It was a 4-day round trip, 2 days down, 2 days back. My first day on the road, I got to see another side of my granddad I'd never seen. The stern, silent old man that I knew was now making vulgar jokes on the CB to his other trucker friends. Then a short beep would be followed by someone else on the transmission with an equally offensive joke to match my granddad's. And he chain-smoked. Another mind-blowing surprise he'd casually put on display every 20 minutes or so. We talked about girls and the fears I had about going into my freshman year. and I was given advice that I'll carry with me forever. Day 1, we'd head through Arizona and most of New Mexico before stopping to rest at the biggest gas station I'd ever seen. The back of his truck, there was a lifted bed with cabinets underneath it. On the floor, in front of the cabinets, I'd slept with 2 sleeping bags, one under me for padding, and then inside one. It was uncomfortable, but Granddad warned me ahead of time that the trucker life wasn't that glamorous. Next morning, right at the crack of dawn, we're filling up the tank and hitting the road. Early in, the CB keeps beeping like someone's about to speak, but a voice doesn't come through. Granddad gets on his talkie to let whoever's broadcasting know they don't have a good signal. But almost right after he releases his finger, the CB comes back on, and a woman's voice says, "Hola, hello?" GD looks at me, his eyebrows raised, and gets on his most charming voice before replying, "Why, howdy, darlin'." This gets both of us to giggle until the woman beeps in again. Through chipped static, her voice had a soft accent, and she spoke slow with composure. But what she'd said was alarming. Pleading for our help, saying her semi had been turned over, run off the road somewhere around I-35 in Texas. Most of her tires had been shredded in her swerving and tipping. She said she nearly turned the entire thing over. Florida plates. Granddad looks at me again before getting back on, telling me the CB radios are only supposed to reach up to 20 miles. He gets back on and says, "Well, we've just gotten to Oklahoma right now, which is a couple 100 miles north." She says that this is the only transmission that she's been able to pick up, and that she's afraid. After long hesitation, Granddad grabs the talkie and tells her that we'll take the 35 after Oklahoma City to see if we could spot her. Then he asks what kind of vehicle ran her off the road, thinking that he could report it when we got to the next town. She says, "Witches." We both think we misheard the vehicle model, but regardless, Granddad assures her that we'll be in the area near dusk, and that we keep our eyes open for her, adding that she should try other frequencies to see if she could pick up anyone closer. We'd keep the CB on our station so she could come back to it. Once more, the beep signaled a reply. Her last transmission was short, saying, "Soon they'll find me, and soon I'll die." Sitting there, next to Granddad, we were 2 generations, so far apart in age, but sharing the exact same feeling of fear and discomfort during that moment. I'm pretty sure to fear is the first encoding your brain learns when you grow. Scary is scary, and the calmness of her voice when she was telling us these things was hair-raising goosebump status. So, probably goes without saying, day 2 wasn't filled with the laughter of the previous day. We'd drive in silence for hours, with Granddad periodically sliding through the frequencies, trying to catch a blip of that girl's voice. It was the epitome of hitting a microscopic bullseye that's potentially also moving around like you are. We both knew there wasn't going to be resolution, not until we at least tried to look for her. We'd be adding another day to our trip, but Granddad yet again impressed me with his old guy swag by lying to my parents, calling from the gas station saying we'd won tickets to a Dallas Cowboys game. He said we'd be returning later. He'd also buy me a blue Cowboys hat and a relatively expensive adult-sized Emmitt Smith jersey from the truck stop, just to throw the whole lie together. I still have the jersey, but a dog would eat the hat that same summer. When we get to Oklahoma City, Granddad's obviously distracted in thought as he scribbled signatures on clipboards of paperwork he was handed. When the second container was loaded onto my Granddad's trailer, I thought it was a mistake. But Granddad tells me that we're scheduled to drop this one off in Albuquerque on our way back. I think he had a realization right then that this wild goose chase was going to lose him money. But we both agreed it was more important to at least try. So instead of turning back west, we went south. It would be well past dusk by the time we crossed the border to Texas. Granddad said that we'd turn west near Waco. I think our collective hopelessness for a happy ending, it led us in a delusional search. We'd passed the Waco exit and multiple others while telling ourselves her semi could be right around the bend. Finally, as we drove through Austin, Granddad knew San Antonio was our last chance to turn off. It was around 2 a.m. by this point, and Granddad had already verbally given up hope near Temple. But as we're leaving Austin, the CB starts to beep again. It was only 2 or 3 times, but it was enough to get Granddad less slumped over in his seat. Then we saw it. In the middle of a long stretch between Austin and San Antonio, our headlights landed on a semi, surrounded by a number of emergency vehicles. Granddad taps the brakes. We begin to slow down, coasting our approach towards the officers working to redirect traffic. Pulling around the mess, I can see the semi's front end. The lights reflecting off the license plate show me clearly. Florida plates. I couldn't tell you how almost excited I was to see that license plate, and I could tell my granddad was in complete astonishment that we'd found this thing. You could see that all of the tires were, as the woman said, shredded. We continue coasting, and we're horrified to see the driver's side door has been completely ripped off. There's no sign of the woman. When I was 6, my family moved into a new house, and something else was living in my room with me. It was a 3-bedroom, and as the youngest, I was left with the smallest room at the back of the house. It was a really weird layout. I've never seen another one like it, but none of us slept very close to one another. Normally, the master bedroom will be on one side and the others will be down some hallway with a bathroom and maybe a closet, but not this place. My parents' room was off the kitchen at one end, and my sister was down the hall, while mine was just all by itself on the other side of the den at the opposite end of the house. This is because my sister's room used to be the master until the previous owners had built the new addition off the kitchen. Nothing weird ever happened anywhere else in that house, just my room. I quickly learned to avoid it at all costs during the day, but I'd still have to sleep in there. And that's when things got really bad. It was one thing when something on a shelf fell over by itself, but the shadow figure scared me to death. In the corner, there was an old spinning green chair, like a small recliner that didn't recline. It made a certain sound when someone sat or spun around, and I heard it on the very first night. I was already having trouble staying asleep just because it was a new place, but I would drift in and out. When I first heard someone sit down, it was almost a jump scare because I hadn't heard the door open or anyone cross the room, and that surprised me unto itself. Assuming it must be my mom, I opened my eyes, wondering what she could possibly be doing, and that's when the true terror began. Even though this was over 30 years ago, I still remember each of these instances like it just happened. I may not recall what I did for my birthday or where the school took us on field trips, but these are crystal clear. Well, for the first night, my very dim nightlight was on one side of the room, and this chair was on the opposite corner by the closet, so literally the darkest spot in there. I couldn't make out any details about the figure sitting in the chair. It was just a solid, human-shaped black mass, slowly spinning back and forth. The head remained fixed, as if watching me sleep, while the rest of its body moved with the chair. I'd been pretty warm all night, but now it was cold enough to make me shiver, and I wanted so badly to call out for my parents. No matter how hard I tried, my voice wouldn't come. If it knew that I was awake, it might get up. Or what if it spoke? Oh, I also didn't have a way to tell time, so I had no clue how long it was until daylight. It could have been minutes or hours for all I knew. Same goes for how long that thing was there. Eventually, the squeaking sound stopped, and I went into an even higher state of alert. What if it was bored watching me sleep and about to pounce? But the sound of it standing up never came. When I finally worked up the courage to crack open my eyes, it was gone. I threw off the covers and ran to my parents, telling them everything. Obviously, they assumed someone had broken in. I guess I should have too, but the cold dread I felt was so extreme that the idea it could be human never even occurred to me. Dad searched my room and then the house, but found no sign that anyone could have been inside. Ultimately, it was concluded that I must have had a nightmare, and I was allowed to sleep with them for the short hours remaining of the night. I actually ended up spending a few nights in their room, but then I had to go back. I cried for the first hour of trying to fall asleep, but the rest of my things were unpacked by then, so at least I had a clock and a better nightlight. It had been placed in the center of the room. I stayed awake, frightened until sometime around midnight when I finally fell asleep. Then I woke up the next morning and everything was completely fine. The same thing happened once again the next night and the one after that. At the 1 week mark, I began to wonder if it actually had been a nightmare. But I didn't have to contemplate that theory for long. It was only a few more nights before it happened again. The sound of someone heavy sitting in that chair woke me from a dead sleep, and the slight spinning motion began immediately. I could feel everything run cold, and I pinched my arm until it left bruises, but I never woke up from any nightmare. It all happened exactly like it had the first time. It was almost 3 when it came, and it stayed for 47 minutes before vanishing. Even though the new nightlight should have illuminated anyone or anything in that chair, the figure was still just a black shadow person, turning side to side. This thing watched me sleep off and on throughout my childhood until I went to college. After that, I never slept there again. My parents moved out when I was 25, and I've always wondered about the new homeowners, but never had the courage to make contact. When I was a kid, we lived next to a really big creek, and my dad would regularly take me to swim or look for fossils. We were in a rural area, so there weren't any other houses or people around. I'm not sure it has an actual name, but we always called it Riley's Creek, even though we have no clue who Riley is. My favorite area was a big swimming hole beneath an old bridge. For the most part, you could walk through the water anywhere you wanted and never go deeper than your ankles. But this was one of those sweet spots. I'm a lover of all animals, so I always paid attention to noises around me. Raccoons and deer were a common sight, but I was mostly looking for beavers. I enjoyed helping them build their dams, but looking back, I'm now realizing I probably did more harm than good. If nothing else, I'm sure they didn't appreciate my scent in their territory. Oh well, this isn't about beavers. This is about something much larger that I still can't identify. While I played in the swimming hole, Dad looked for fossils, but then he realized his beeper was still in the truck. It was so much faster for him to simply run back and get it rather than dragging me along. Some of the terrain was pretty rugged for an 8-year-old, and he had to carry me for those sections. Ultimately, he decided that I could be alone for a few minutes. It was the 90s after all, so he went without me. From where I sat in my big swimming hole, he had to walk up a steep hill to my left. On my right was the forest, and there was no place to get out on that side. Just a steep embankment and the overgrown tree line. It's important to understand we're discussing 2 completely opposite directions. It was impossible for my dad to be in the woods, especially so fast. He was only out of my sight for a minute, probably less, when his voice called my name from the forest next to me. I was looking up the steep embankment and into the branches of the overhanging trees, rather than actually seeing into the woods. So I was completely blind from my spot. At first, I assumed I heard wrong, that Dad had simply returned to take me with him after all, but I didn't see him while crawling out of my swimming hole. I stood with my back to the dense forest and watched the place that Dad should have been standing, but there was still no sign of him. Then I heard, "Hey, Emma." It was definitely behind me, and definitely his voice. But the way he said it, it was weird. The inflection made it sound like a question, as if he wasn't sure it was me. But who else would it have been? When it happened, I turned around with a startled cry and scanned the area with desperate urgency. But the only thing I saw were jumbles of green and brown. I moved a few feet further down, but came to a dead stop when a pair of footsteps also began walking through the woods in the same direction. They stopped when I stopped, and as I turned back to the forest, I saw something too big to be human move behind a tree. It was on 2 legs, and there are no bears out in our area. And even if there were, that wouldn't have explained how it spoke. It called my name once more, only that time it sounded angry. I didn't want to stay there anymore. I wasn't sure how long Dad had been gone, but he should have at least been on his way back now. I thought if I raced to the truck, I would run into him sooner rather than later, but then I worried whatever was in the woods might chase me, and I wasn't sure how fast I could get up that hill. It was steep and overgrown with sticker bushes. I'd always needed help getting up and down. In the end, I settled for slowly backing away as quietly as possible. If it turned out that I had to run anyway, I wanted as much of a head start as I could possibly get. All the while, my eyes never moved from the tree where I saw the figure disappear. I'd gone 3 or 4 yards when it suddenly stepped out from its hiding spot, and I had a clear view. It looked like a deer standing on its hind legs, but with arms and hands. It had antlers, but its head was mostly human-shaped aside from its nose and mouth. I mean, I was a terrified child, so maybe the face can be explained by a mask. But there was something really wrong with its body. I only saw it for a few seconds before breaking into a full run, and I didn't start screaming until it dropped into the water with a loud splash. I had just made it to the bottom of the hill and was starting my way up when my dad appeared at the top. Out of breath, with a wild look in his eyes, he saw that I was clearly in a state of total panic, but couldn't figure out why. When he failed to scream and run away, I looked back to see that the creature was gone, or hiding, and I didn't want to be there when it came out again. Dad didn't want to leave without knowing what had happened, and he's an extremely logical man. I wasn't playing the game where he made me look under the bed to prove that nothing was there. So I said that a weird man tried to get me to follow him into the woods. We left really fast after that, and we didn't go back again, which was fine with me. I've never actually told him the truth just because I know that he wouldn't believe me. He would say that I just let my overactive imagination ruin one of my favorite places. But I know what I saw. That thing had antlers and stood on 2 legs. I was done with that creek. Period. Hey again. I don't think I mentioned my name last time. It's Trent, but I'm the guy who had a demon follow me to my dad's house on Christmas break. I left school, stopped at the cemetery to visit my mom, and next thing I know, there's a demon in our house. It continued haunting us through the holiday, and I didn't go back to school because I couldn't stand the thought of leaving my dad alone with that thing. Obviously, he wasn't going to let me quit college over something like that, so I did return, and the demon came with me. I'm glad I didn't leave the burden on my dad, but the weeks since returning to school have been insane. My roommate, I'll call him Nick, was already back, and we spent the first night just catching up and playing Call of Duty. Sometime just after midnight, he commented that it suddenly got cold. Only a few seconds later, he changed his mind and said that he must have imagined it. We had the heater going, and he was sitting closer to it. So I immediately thought of the demon, but didn't say anything. We both smelled something rotten a little bit later, but it faded fast. We spent most of the next day out with friends, but that night, I woke up at 3 a.m., freezing, with a dark mass leaning over me. I tried to scream, but a shadow hand reached out and covered my face. I couldn't move, breathe, or make any noise at all. My lungs began burning, and I think I eventually passed out from the lack of oxygen. When I woke up in the morning, I was covered in sweat and had red marks on my face. I didn't want to discuss it, so I said that I must have scratched myself in my sleep. Then, Nick said that was wild because he dreamed a shadow man came into our room and tried to smother me. He wanted to help, but he was paralyzed, and that made him realize he was dreaming. So he went back to sleep while I was being suffocated. I'm not blaming him, just stating the facts. I couldn't admit everything that happened at my dad's house until the following weekend when things got even worse. Saturday morning, we woke up to the sound of a blackbird slamming into our window. I got up to look outside and it was lying dead on the ground. It happened 5 more times over the course of the day. The smell also began appearing more often, and we were both having awful nightmares several times a week. Finally, I couldn't keep it to myself anymore. Nick was more accepting than I expected, but by then he was ready to accept almost any explanation. The next day, he invited a girl over from one of our classes because she said she was psychic. I've never believed in that sort of thing, but like him, I'm open to just about anything at this point. She came over later that night and said that she felt a dark presence the moment she came through the door. After walking around for a few minutes, she asked where I might have made contact with the entity. Once I told her it was at the cemetery, she asked if I did anything disrespectful while I was there and listed a few examples, one of which was urinating. Apparently, it doesn't matter that I stepped away from the graves. At least, not as far as this demon is concerned. Next, the psychic girl wanted to know about my dreams, so I told her, and she asked if the entity possessed me in any of them. When I said no, she was really relieved, and she said that there might still be time to do a cleansing. It's not like I knew of anything else to try, so I agreed, and she brought 2 friends over the following day. They did some kind of ritual with a bunch of candles, herbs, and chanting, but I didn't feel different during or after, except for how bad the smoke irritated my sinuses. A week later, I had the worst nightmare yet, where the demon was on my ceiling, directly above me, and dropped down onto my chest. It was so heavy, I couldn't breathe at all. It felt like my ribs were going to snap like toothpicks. Meanwhile, the activity around our dorm also started getting worse. Nick had to build a model bridge for a big test grade, but it fell off the desk during the night and an entire section collapsed the same day it was due. The psychic girl talked to some more people that she knows, and now they're coming over this weekend to try something else. She said if they could learn the demon's name, they would be able to banish it, or, short of that, they could try something to trap it in a bottle or box. It all sounds pretty insane to me, but there's genuinely nothing I won't try at this point. I constantly feel like I'm losing my mind. I can't eat, I can't sleep or study. My grades are suffering. I'm always paranoid and on edge. I'm at my absolute limit. If anyone knows anything else I can try, please comment below. I truly can't keep living like this. I can't. I've been on the road for what seems like a lifetime. Endless stretch of highways, the monotony of passing miles, lonesome nights have all become companions of mine. I'm a truck driver, or at least that's what I do for a living. I guess most would call me a tough guy, but trust me, I've seen things that would make the bravest of folks tremble in fear. Just a couple of years ago, I was driving my beaten-up rig along a desolate stretch of road. somewhere between reality and the darkness. My eyelids weighed heavy, but it was just a few more hours until I reached my destination. You see, those nights, they're the loneliest, when the highway becomes like a sort of canvas for strange, unworldly encounters. As I continued on, my eyes caught sight of something that made my heart seize. There, walking across the bridge highway, appeared an ethereal figure, consumed by a flowing white dress. Time seemed to slow as my truck hurled towards her, and I prepared to hit the brakes, praying she'd move out of harm's way. But just as my old rig shuddered, the ghostly apparition vanished into thin air. Now, at a complete stop, I looked forward, around, even behind. The road lay empty before me, and everywhere else. My mind questioned what had just transpired. I remember doubt danced within my thoughts, conjuring memories of ghost stories shared around campfires as a child. I stumbled out of my truck. My legs felt like they were carrying the weight of 1,000 years. Fear mingled with curiosity compelled me to get a closer look. Stepping onto a now desolate bridge highway, the concrete beneath my boots seemed colder than any place I'd ever known, as if it had absorbed the essence of that white figure. I searched frantically for even a trace of her presence, a shred of evidence to validate what my eyes had witnessed, but there was nothing. No footprints, no lingering scent, just an overwhelming void where she had once been. It was as though she'd stepped out of one reality, melted into another, leaving me questioning my own sanity. As I climbed back into the cab of my truck, a chilling realization. The woman in white, or whatever she was, couldn't be real. It defied all logic, all reason. No living being could just vanish without a trace, without a flicker of evidence. Yet, she had. Now, whenever I journey across those dark, lonesome highways, an eerie feeling never really leaves me. It's as if the invisible veil between the worlds has been lifted, revealing the existence of the inexplicable. Who was she? Why did she choose to haunt that bridge highway, briefly entering my reality and then vanishing forever? Back in 1997, I lived in what I would call a bad neighborhood. It was in the San Fernando Valley, so it wasn't the worst that LA had to offer. The apartment was under the stairs halfway to the back. The rent was cheaper than the other apartments, and I was glad to have gotten it. It was just me and my girlfriend at the time living there. What was odd off the bat was that it had 2 steps from the door to the floor of the apartment. I don't know why, but it was the only one. In this apartment, it was cold almost all the time, despite the outside temperature. The kitchen and living room were open to each other, and the door led to the bedroom. You could see 80% of the apartment from the bedroom. The first odd thing that happened was that night. I could hear someone walking around outside my door, and then knock. Sometimes I was in the living room and could clearly see that no one was out there. A few weeks in, the TV and radio would start to turn on, and then the volume would go up. At the time, I figured that someone had similar electronics and that was causing it. It wasn't until a drawer came open in the kitchen and something fell out onto the floor one night. That's when I started to really wonder. It was my knife drawer, and the chef's knife was on the floor. I was in my bedroom. I could see across the apartment, and no one had been there. I started to ask the neighbors, but they mostly wanted to keep to themselves. The next night, I woke up to quiet sobbing that stopped when I went into the living room. The next day, I struck up a conversation with an older resident. I asked about my apartment, and he smiled. He told me that years back there were some gang members that lived there. They used to make noise and trouble, and everyone stayed away from them. One day, they all got into a fight in the apartment and stabbed someone to death. They just up and left him there, and it took almost a week or so for someone to call the police, as it had started to smell. They couldn't get the smell out because it was in the subfloor. The solution was to tear out all of the carpet and tile the cement under it. Looking at the rough cement, 1-foot floor around the whole apartment, it made sense. He then told me there was more. I was like, great. The next people who would live there had a teenage daughter, and she had a boyfriend in the building. They broke up later, and he would watch her come and go with hate in his eyes. Luckily for him, he didn't hurt her physically, but what he did do was hang himself on the stairs just outside her door, looking at it. He knew that she left for work early, and of course, she found him. Later, I talked to the lady that lived in the apartment where her dead boyfriend lived. She said that she could hear someone opening her door and then walk down the hallway towards my apartment. I did not renew my lease after a year of ghosts and the actual dangerous gang members that lived in these apartments. I lived in a house for 5 years that, if ghosts had personalities, had definitely been saddled with the sort of roommate from hell who leaves their dishes in the sink and steals your socks. Not violent, just petty and endlessly inconvenient. I'd come home from work and find the second-floor window wide open in a rainstorm. I'd reach for a yogurt in the fridge and pull out a container with the lid half off, yogurt crusted around the rim, like someone had been there in a hurry. Little things, mostly. But these are the kinds of things that make you double-check your own memory, and then put a post-it on the fridge that reads, "You did not open this." At first, I tried to be reasonable. I blamed drafts. I blamed my own absent-mindedness. I even blamed the cat. The cat is culpable for many things. She is not culpable for everything. I taped down the windows. I put a bowl of baking soda in the fridge in case it was moisture. But the house had a theme, and once you identified it, it becomes impossible not to notice it. This place hated clocks. And by hated, I mean the house was personally invested in their destruction. There were cuckoo clocks, stained wood, little doors that popped open on the hour, that had worked for half a century. They ticked and coughed along like elderly relatives, and then, without warning, they'd stop dead. No winding problem. No spring snapped, just dead. Then there were the new, cheap wall clocks I bought to replace them. I'd throw batteries in like offerings, go to bed, and wake up to a kitchen full of quiet and a clock that had eaten its battery like it was candy. By the end of that winter, I had an entire drawer of expired AAAs that still looked brand new. A battery graveyard. My watch is the thing I miss the least, but it's the first sabotage relic I remember clearly. I always slept with it on, bad habit, I know, but it's how I kept my phone out of reach when I wanted to pretend to sleep. One morning I rolled over and my wrist was naked. The watch lay on the floor beside my bed, with the crystal shattered. Metal band was bent like someone had stepped on it. I remember holding the broken thing in my palm and thinking annoyingly practical thoughts. Replace crystal, call the repair shop, sleep without watch on. And underneath all that, the tiny, embarrassed flutter of, who moves my watch in the night? Then came the Kit Kat clock. That's what it would be called, because it was shaped inexplicitly and charmingly like a Kit Kat bar. Long, glossy, with perfect little rectangles. My sister bought it for me for Christmas. A ridiculous pop of plastic that made the kitchen feel like someone had smuggled a candy store into a mid-century decor. Well, 2 weeks later, the house threw it. I was standing at the stove, stirring something that involved too much garlic for 7 p.m., when the cat did that twitch and stare thing that she does when a moth passes. Out of the corner of my eye, something airborne, long and chocolatey and absurd, flew across the kitchen. My brain filled in the motion with conspiratorial slow motion. Airborne Kit Kat. I turned. The clock lay in 1,000 bright plastic shards across the linoleum. Hands frozen at 6:50. For a second, I laughed, because what else do you do? And then I sighed, swept up the candy pieces, and walked to the living room, where the old wooden cuckoo clock had stopped again. Its door had shut as if it had decided on permanent retirement. The house sighed around me. House sounds, like a person settling in after a long day. I wanted to be mad, but I kept feeling like I was dealing with a particularly passive-aggressive relative. People give you advice for situations like this. Bless the house, light sage, call a priest, install an app that plays whale songs on a loop at 3 a.m. I tried practical things first. I swapped the batteries. I put up little talismans around the house. I unplugged everything except a floor lamp and stared at the lamp for a while because it felt like the grown-up thing to do. Nothing worked long-term. The clocks kept failing. The windows kept opening. And the cat continued to be responsible for some disruptions, but not the ones I was trying to explain. Some of the acts were almost affectionate in their spite. Once I came home to find all of my socks were sorted. Not lost, but bunched intentionally, in a neat pile by the door, like someone who wanted me to know that they'd been looking for them. And they found them. Once a page of my favorite book was folded down. It was folded on the exact sentence I needed to reread. The book had not been opened all day, and suddenly there was a corner bookmark, mockingly precise. Little messages. A personality with time to bother with domestic details. Not a violent personality, or a threatening one. Just a roommate. A passive-aggressive roommate. The worst part wasn't the inconvenience. It was the way that it made me tack my life into small, defendable boxes. I stopped leaving things where I liked to leave them. I put cling wrap over my leftovers, even when I meant to eat them the next day. I took a picture of the Kit Kat clock and showed it to my friends like a punchline. The house hates confectionery decor, I'd say. They'd laugh, and then, because we all have that itch for the weird, they'd ask the things they always ask. Did you try to, this list of rituals? Yes, I'd say. I tried. Nothing stuck. There was one night, a few months after the Kit Kat incident, where I basically had enough of sitting on the edge like I had a grumpy roommate. I stood in the kitchen with 2 coffees and a plan. I would not be sabotaged tonight. I set a cheap digital clock on the counter, one that looked like it was a utilitarian box. And I watched it like a hawk while I boiled water for my noodles. For 1 glorious hour, it ticked. For 1 hour, the house offered no opinion. And then at 2:02 a.m., my cat leapt up, knocked the clock onto the floor, and walked away with the expression of someone who'd just finished a job. I picked up the clock half annoyed, half resigned, and for the first time I laughed until I cried. It was ridiculous and perfectly on brand. The house had not been forceful. It had merely redirected the agency through the cat's paws. Subtle, efficient, bossy. I did eventually move out, because 5 years is a long time to live with a roommate who doesn't respect batteries. I still find myself making little rituals when I visit other houses, though. Tap the mantle, check the window latches, leave a clean plate in case someone is picky. Sometimes I miss the weirdness. Not the petty theft of time, or the smashed watch, or soggy windows, but the uncanny personality of it all. There was a rhythm to living with a place that kept correcting itself, and in its own maddening way, watching out for the edges of my life. Honestly, if ghosts are going to haunt something, I'd rather it be a nitpicky, borderline catty presence that throws my novelty clocks off the wall than one that's out for blood. At least one could be reasoned with, sort of. As for the Kit Kat clock, I took it as a compliment. The house had opinions, it had taste, and it was petty as hell, which, frankly, is more relatable than anything else I can think of. Do you ever wonder how many times you've had a near-death experience without even knowing you had one? I'm sure my guardian angel earned their wings tenfold after watching me in my life. Just the other day, I'm pulling up to a four-way intersection as a work truck takes a left. As it completes the turn, the truck meets a pothole and a large tree stump is thrown from the rear. It tumbles, and it sends it feet in front of my car, then rolls past up onto a sidewalk empty of pedestrians. The work truck didn't stop or even notice. The insurance claims he'd have on his hands if I'd driven up any sooner. Retelling this, I wonder whose guardian angel was keeping who out of trouble. Other times, I haven't been so lucky. I was incarcerated for possession back in '98, spent a couple of years locked up at Indiana Women's Prison in Indianapolis. During this stint, I did my best to keep my head out of trouble. The majority of my day, I'd stay in the small library all day, reading books and perusing the shelves. That's where I'd find an old journal, tucked in with other miscellaneous titles. I took it back to my cell and began to read it, discovering it was the journal of a previous inmate who documented their time at Indiana. Every page filled with tiny, barely legible words and dates, stories of events that held significance to the journal's owner. I found out her name was Donna Lynn. She was serving a life sentence there in the 1950s. A life sentence earned by killing her husband. One summer morning, she tossed a homemade explosive into her husband's lap from the passenger side window as he's backing out of the driveway for work. An explosive that she'd learned from a friend's husband, one who'd served in World War II. Donna Lynn didn't attempt to hide her guilt, nor did her writings express any remorse for her actions. If anything, it was full of rationalizations. Apparently, Donna had a scholarship to go to college, but had gotten pregnant. She had a miscarriage due to the abuse sustained by her husband. 1 month later, boom, no more husband. Donna claims she was actually trying to kill them both with the explosion, but he'd accelerated too fast and the charge delayed. This also wouldn't be the only mention of a baby in her journal. She'd end up pregnant again, this time through an affair with one of the guards during her incarceration. She was able to give birth, but it was ultimately taken from her, put into foster care. It was weird reading through this woman's journal. The character in the story I was reading had been real. Her daily routines, friends, enemies, emotional ups and downs, all carefully documented in this book. As I read, I couldn't help but wonder where her guardian angel was when she needed them. In one of the passages, she describes a fight that she was involved in. Donna was collecting a debt from another inmate when she was jumped and attacked by 3 other inmates. The beating had sent her to the infirmary for a couple of weeks. She had broken ribs, a collapsed lung. Donna would receive over 30 stitches to patch up some stab wounds, one landing inches from her heart. During her stay in the medical ward, I noticed the tone of her writings began to change. Her entries became more infrequent, her handwriting more scribbled and manic. She expressed paranoia towards names she'd previously mentioned as friends, and a strong distrust for the doctors and nurses at the prison. At this part of her journal, Donna starts to write about how she thinks the infirmary's haunted. One night, as she's lying in her cot, she's looking up at the ceiling's cracked and stained tiles when one of the squares slowly raises and moves left. A bit confused and more than a little scared, Donna turns over, tries to wake up another prisoner who's laying on the cot beside her. All Donna can do is point to the black square hole above them. That's when they both witness a thin, dark figure begin crawling out of the hole in the ceiling. This causes both of the women to scream, and a night nurse quickly rushes in to see what the noise is about. When she runs in the glass doors and flips on the lights, the creature disappears. Donna and the other woman tell the nurse what they saw, But their stories are understandably not believed. Instead, they were given more sedatives to help them sleep and ease the pain. It worked. The next day, however, still in a fog from sleep, Donna starts to question things, if what she saw the previous night was a dream. Turning over onto her back, she looks up to see the ceiling tile still missing. With the lights on, she can see further into the hole, to what she believes are heating and water pipes. Nothing resembling what she and the other woman saw. Donna rolls back over on her side, sees that the woman next to her must have been checked out earlier in the morning. Apparently, they were in different cell blocks, so Donna wouldn't have another opportunity to talk to someone about what she'd seen. Near the end of her journal is where I read the most unnerving story out of all of her entries. At Indiana, there was a lot of wildlife that would frequent the property. Although most of the wildlife you'd see are rats, you'd also see the occasional deer gazing in the fields just beyond the tree line, or a raccoon family climbing the fences at night. In Donna's journal, she writes, "Don't trust the cat with white spots. It's only pretending to be a cat." Donna says that she's seen it change shapes as it makes its way through the field at night, once turning into a human before running on two legs back into the forest. She thought it was feeding off of the misery that radiates from the prison. When I read that, it gave me chills, because I too would see a black and white cat roaming the grounds from time to time. After all the years from her entries to my incarceration, I tried to believe that it wasn't the same cat as she described. But it was a strange cat. Even before reading Donna's journal, I was put off by this feline. It was the only animal that would get close enough for us to touch it, although it never let us. Some of the girls would try to distract it while another one would sneak up behind it, but every time, without even turning around, the cat would sense someone approaching and jump away. It could also climb through the razor wire effortlessly, navigating through a path that any other animal would get diced to bits if they attempted. I remember there was a big fight in the yard. Tear gas canisters were descended into the grass, and the whole rec area was covered in a layer of fog. We all had to lay on our stomachs as the guards got control of the situation. During all the chaos, a couple of us on the ground watched the black and white cat stroll right through the war zone, seemingly unaffected by the tear gas or mayhem around it. I never could find any of Donna's other journals in the library. I assumed this one had been picked up with the other books amongst her belongings after she passed. Its nondescript blue hardcover could have easily been mistaken as another book. Only upon opening it does it reveal years of handwritten thoughts and emotions worthy of attention. The one I read ended in such an open-ended way. I don't know what I was expecting. I was released in 2001. Has anyone had any more recent visits to Indiana's women's prison? You'll have to let me know if you saw the black cat with white spots hanging around the rec yard. Also, if you ever happen to find yourself with an extended stay there, take a look around the library for a pastel blue hardcover book. There's a good chance they haven't updated their selection since I was there. I'm a 29-year-old female in northern Louisiana. My husband and I just moved out here with our son after my brother died 2 months ago. He didn't have any kind of will, so everything automatically just came to me. And since we were living in a cramped, slummy apartment, we decided to move. My brother overdosed, collapsed in the hallway, but we've always been skeptics, so the possibility of a haunting wasn't even on our radar. I was barely holding it together in general. I can't stress how much that kind of stuff never remotely occurred to us, even after things started happening. It still took a long time for our minds to go there. We were so busy the first week that we dismissed a lot of strange noises as animals living in the walls. The house is in a heavily wooded rural area, so it seemed like an obvious answer. It was only after we finished getting everything unpacked that Nolan, my husband, started paying attention to the noises. Once he pointed it out, I agreed it sounded strange, like something big is clawing at the actual wall. Any insulation between it and the animal is gone. There's more than just a squirrel or rodent running around in the crawl spaces. This is more like a huge raccoon got really pissed off and started tearing away into the home. We didn't know what to do. Our son is only 3. We didn't want to risk a possibly rabid animal getting inside, and I didn't want Nolan anywhere near it either, so we called animal control. After their second visit, they said the only thing they found was a family of squirrels, which were safely relocated. But we insisted that there had to be more. We showed them a video of a particularly intense scratching incident. It convinced them to check again, and larger traps were placed, but nothing else was captured. It got to the point that animal control recommended that we call the police in case we had a squatter. We were immediately freaked out. I'd seen body cam footage of that shit on YouTube, so we called the cops. They checked everywhere, but there was no trash or makeshift bedding like they'd usually find in those circumstances. If not for the video, I don't think they would have believed us, but they agreed the noise was concerning and asked us to call them the next time it happened. Nolan didn't tell me until later, but they were worried someone was coming in and out purely for the sake of scaring us. We heard it the next night, and the same officers returned, but it stopped less than a minute before they arrived. They searched everywhere, but still came up empty-handed. The officers were kind enough to stay for an extra 20 minutes, just in case it started again, but no such luck. During that time, we shared our whole story of why we moved here, and the police suggested it could be my brother's ghost. That was the last time we involved authorities, not because we were offended, but we were starting to think the same thing ourselves. The police being involved was all we had left grounding us to reality. It made it real, tangible, but after hearing them say it too, that was hard. It took close to a month for those events to play out, but that wasn't the only thing going on during that period. Our son never had a problem sleeping in his own room until we moved here. At first, we blamed the combination of animal noises on top of being in a new place. We let him stay in our room while he adjusted, but we were equally unsuccessful on this front. If the noises happened during the day, we would take Grayson to it and explain exactly how animals sometimes crawl into people's homes to build their nests. Then I found several YouTube videos of cute, fluffy raccoons being safely relocated. If anything, it worked too well. Grayson was not only no longer afraid, he was adamant that we needed to adopt the raccoons. Since he was no longer afraid of the noises, we thought that he would return to his room. But then he told a horrifying story about a man coming in and sleeping next to him. I almost fainted until he added that the man had a purple face, puffy blue lips, and a chin covered in whipped cream, like a cartoon character. We thought it must be imaginary and assumed everything traced back to the new environment. We should have explained the noises sooner. By this point, animal control had set the first traps, so we were thinking that it would be over any day now. Clearly, that wasn't the case, and things with the purple man continued to progress. Grayson began having nightmares that would keep us awake. So Nolan and I began taking turns sleeping in our son's room, starting with my husband, since he had to work the next morning. At breakfast, I asked how he slept, expecting the answer to be positive, but he said the noises were even louder in the back, to the point that it freaked him out a little bit. I had the same experience on my first night, but then things were quiet for a day or two. Then, on one of Nolan's turns, he randomly got in bed with us around 2 a.m. He tried not to wake me, but he was shaking like a leaf. I assumed that he must have been cold and went back to sleep. The next thing I knew, it was morning, and Nolan was still awake. He followed me into the kitchen while I made breakfast and said that he felt like he was losing his mind. The scratching had woken him up again, and he rolled over to grab his water from the nightstand. When his eyes opened, he was facing the hallway through the open door, and a man that looked like my brother walked by. Nolan jumped out of bed, chased after him, but he couldn't find any trace of the guy. He had gone out right behind him, but no one was there. I didn't know how he didn't wake up during all of this. Buddy peeked in on us before checking every room, but nothing was out of place. Then, when he finally got into bed, he couldn't stop listening for footsteps. At first, I thought he dreamed the whole thing, and it just scared him so badly that he woke up and thought it was all one event. But this was also the same day that Animal Control had advised speaking with the police, so we were extra freaked out by their suggestion. I admittedly panicked pretty hard at first, but after the police did their search, I began to look at everything from a calmer perspective. It just seemed too unlikely that we would happen to get some kind of invisible ninja squatter. So I stuck to my original theories and stayed in the other room as planned. As expected, the scratching noise eventually woke me up, so I looked around but saw nothing and no one. I quickly fell back asleep, and even with that one interruption, it was the most sleep I'd gotten since this all started. The next night, however, is what did me in. When the scratching noise came, I just laid there waiting for it to stop, and it did. But then someone sat at the foot of the bed, and my heart stopped. When I opened my eyes, the weight vanished, but it didn't feel like anyone stood up. It was just there 1 second and gone the next. I almost retreated into the master bedroom, but the longer I was awake, the more I began to doubt myself. Obviously, no one could have sat on the bed and vanished into thin air, so I calmed down enough to fall back asleep, and that's when I had an incredibly vivid dream of my brother standing over me during the night. He didn't look normal. He was dead. His face was almost purple. His lips were blue. And there was something off-white, kind of like vomit, around his mouth and down his chin. Suddenly, that description didn't sound like a cartoon anymore. I told a friend what was going on, and she fully believes my brother is haunting us. But I don't want to believe that. Not because I'm a skeptic, but because I can't cope with the fact that my brother could be trapped in that state for, ever? I don't even know how that's supposed to work. It was right after this that we had our final chat with the police, and why their ghost joke made us so uneasy. Unfortunately, my son never got to meet his uncle, but I set out a handful of pictures in front of Grayson, and I asked, do any of them resemble the scary man? I was even more freaked out when he picked up the picture of my brother. So I started researching spirits and hauntings like crazy. We tried different cleansings and simple rituals, but things only seemed to stay the same or get worse. Not long after this, Grayson was taking a nap on the couch while I cleaned the kitchen, and he suddenly started crying, loud, like he was hurt. I ran into the living room and scooped him up just as he was running out. I saw the scratches immediately. 2 red welts spreading across his neck. That's when I knew this thing wasn't my brother. It was both a relief and extra terrifying all at once. We still don't know what it is, and we don't really care now that Grayson is with Nolan's mother until we can leave. It hurts me to sell the house and the land, but I know my brother will always be part of us. We don't need a place to be close to him, and I know he would want what's best for his nephew. We've talked to a real estate agent and everything is ready to go, but we can't afford to move until we have a buyer, so we're just trying to hang in there. If anyone has any tips on how to survive in the meantime, all advice is much appreciated. It doesn't bother us as much as it did Grayson, but I've woken up with scratches on my back, and Nolan has seen the guy in broad daylight on 3 separate occasions now. We moved into my current house in 2018, and since then, weird things have been happening. especially to me. The summer I moved in, one night around 2 a.m., I was going to my kitchen to get a drink. I was walking down the stairs when I saw a group of people. I can't quite describe their faces because they were vague and it's dark, but they're around my table in the dining room. By the time I realized what I was seeing, they disappeared. In 2019, this time I was alone at home. I didn't have my dog yet, but I had my cat. I heard footsteps upstairs. I was in the living room. It was littler noises, small steps. So to be sure it wasn't my cat, I looked around me. Sure enough, he happened to be next to me on the couch. So, who was walking upstairs? After 30 minutes, I had the courage to go check. With a knife from the kitchen, of course. You never know. And in the end, nothing to explain it. Windows closed. Nothing moved. It was as if there was no one there, but I'm sure that's not the case. In 2020, I now have a dog. The first time I noticed this, it was dark. My sister and I were eating when all of a sudden my dog started barking, staring at the garden, as if to scare something or someone. I looked at my garden, and there was absolutely nothing. It's surely explainable, but personally, I didn't find anything. Each time, I never did. Fast forward to 2021. I never slept on my side, as I wasn't fond of not seeing what was behind me. Until one evening, I found myself facing the wall, lying on my side, without knowing what was behind me. I sort of woke up. I had that feeling that I've never had before. I was sure and certain that something was behind me. I could feel it. At that moment, all I wanted to do was scream. I was sure, though, if I did, something bad was going to happen to me. To be sure that I didn't have sleep paralysis, I tried to move my fingers, my legs, my feet. I managed to do all of that without any worries. And all of a sudden, I felt someone pushing me gently, so that instead of being on my ribs, I found myself on my stomach. I managed to prevent this thing from pushing me further. I don't know how, but I know that as soon as I did that, I fell asleep. It was from that moment that things got worse, penetrating my dreams for sure. In the summer of 2022, I was on vacation in Spain. During that vacation at night, I was not very calm. I had the impression that whatever was at home had followed me there too, appearing in my dreams as different things. Maybe they were just nightmares, but it all seemed connected. Those dreams continued. In February 2023, I woke up one morning with a huge scratch that suddenly appeared during my sleep. The mark was quite long. The scratch itself stung very much. A few days later, I had a red streak right across the same area of the scratch, again during my sleep. And again, a few days later, I woke up with a red line across my nose, which happened while I was sleeping. March 2023. I was in my bathroom. It was dark, around 12 a.m. I heard someone knock on the door 6 or 7 times before I replied that it was busy. Right after my answer, it stopped. When I came out, I thought it was my dad, so I went to his room before I saw that he was sleeping. My mom, too, so it wasn't them. My sister was also sleeping. My brother was at university, so I was the only one awake. So who could have knocked? 2023, at the end of April, exactly 2 days ago, I left to eat with friends around 12:40, returned at 6 p.m. As soon as I got back, the atmosphere changed. I felt uncomfortable, a feeling of fear, without knowing why. As soon as I got home, I instantly noticed that my animals were behaving strangely. I went to my room to look for something, immediately realized something was wrong in there. Turns out the color of the LEDs had changed, which can't happen on its own unless somebody decides to do it. Going back down to my living room, I saw my animals were only staring at points near me, like protecting me or seeing something potentially dangerous that I can't see. Everywhere I go, my cat follows me, watching a different place right next to me. In the living room, sitting on the couch, both stare at a spot right next to me, side of my couch 2 meters away from me. From the dining room, they fixate on the kitchen and the cellar door. It was as if something was following me wherever I went, and my animals were following it. I really started to feel bad and scared when I saw that my cat, who basically doesn't like to stick around people, was following me everywhere. I was going to the toilet, he was coming. Absolutely anywhere and everywhere. My dog sat for 10 minutes staring at a particular spot, which is my kitchen, darkened by the evening. My cat staring at a particular spot right next to me. As soon as my parents got home, they stopped. I felt better. But the oddities, they won't stop. I've been a night nurse in critical care for 6 years. If you work nights long enough, you know the unit develops a personality. Not haunted in the movie sense, just a place that hums and groans and teaches you when something feels off before the monitors ever tell you. Our ICU has 18 beds. Bed 12 is at the end of my side, closest to the exit. Its curtain is different, thicker, heavier. It doesn't sway when the air kicks on. It just hangs there still. The first night it happened was nothing special. Bed 12 was empty after a transfer. Curtains stay open when a room's empty. But when I came by around 2 a.m., they were closed. I called out thinking housekeeping had gone in. No answer. I pulled the curtain back and I felt resistance, like pulling against a person. For a split second, I swore I brushed someone's chest, but the bed was empty. I let go and the curtain shivered, like someone had shifted weight. I told myself it was airflow. I opened it, walked away. 10 minutes later, it was closed again. No one near it. This time when I pulled it, I felt something colder than the rest of the unit. A draft, but thick. And that brush again, like air exhaling against my fingers. I kept it to myself. You don't announce a ghost on night 1. The next night it happened again. That's when Cheryl, my tech, caught me staring and said, "Oh, 12. Mr. H used to close it every night. Said the shadow man didn't like eyes." Mr. H had died in that bed 2 weeks earlier. Delirium, I told myself. ICU psychosis. The mind breaking under lights, steroids, no sleep. But I didn't like how easily she'd said it. Night 3, we filled 12 again. A man in his 60s, pneumonia, weak, restless. Around 3 a.m., he grabbed my wrist and whispered, "He's back." His eyes were on the curtain that I had pulled halfway closed to block the hall light. I opened it fully to reassure him. The room seemed to shrink, monitors muffling like we'd shut a door. His oxygen dipped. When I let the curtain fall back halfway, his numbers went up again. Coincidence, I told myself. Later, I found the curtain tied shut in a neat nurse's knot. Nobody claimed it. Maybe I did it on autopilot, but my gut said otherwise. At 5, his vitals crashed. We prepped to intubate. The only problem was the curtain. When I tried to move it, it wouldn't budge, like someone braced it from the other side. I yanked hard, and it pressed back into me, cold as ice through fabric. "Help me with the curtain," I muttered. Cheryl grabbed another section. Together we pulled until it finally gave way. sliding, heavy, and reluctant. We didn't talk about it. The doc intubated. The patient stabilized. The next morning, after shift change, I went back for a pen that I'd left. The curtain was closed again. Tie pulled tight from the inside. The space behind was frigid, almost airless. There were faint gray streak marks on the tile, like the fabric had been dragged. I didn't mention it. Too many things like this, you become that nurse. Don't want to talk too much, cause too many problems. A week after that incident, Mr. H's wife stopped by with a thank you card. She patted 12's curtain and said, "He kept saying a man stood in there. I asked what he wanted. He told me, privacy." Not silly, I thought. Not even close. Now, when the unit gets loud, 12 goes quiet. Step inside that curtain and the chaos drops to a hush, like being underwater. It's oppressive, heavy. It isn't evil, more like territorial, like the room remembers the last breath that left it. I've made peace with it. I never yank 12's curtain. I just ease it aside, like slipping past someone in a crowded hall. I tie it open at the end of my shift, though sometimes by morning it's drawn again. New grads don't notice at first, but they will. Everyone does. And when they ask, I'll give them the practical answer. Old track, weird vent. Don't worry about it. But I'll also teach them the right way to move it. Steady, respectful. And I'll watch their faces when they hear that momentary hush, the sound of something unseen pressing around their ribs. Because I've also learned that some places on the unit belong more to the leaving than the living. And in ours, it's a heavy curtain that never wants to stay open. In 2011, I was desperate to find a new place to live. I just moved across the country for school and was running out of patience and money, crashing on a friend's couch. Rent in the city was already stupid expensive, so when I saw a Craigslist ad for a basement room for $400 a month, I jumped on it. The ad was short, almost too short. Private room, separate entrance, utilities included. No photos, just a phone number. The guy on the other end introduced himself as Paul. He said that he owned the house and that I could swing by the next day to look at the room. I didn't think anything of it. Lots of people posted bare-bones listings back then. And there was no way I was going to pass up that price. The house was in a quiet neighborhood, an older place with peeling paint and overgrown hedges. I knocked on the front door and this man in his late 40s answered. He was plain-looking, clean but pale, like he spent a lot of time indoors. "You must be here for the room," he said, smiling just enough to show his teeth. I followed him around the side gate and down a few concrete steps to the basement door. The air immediately smelled damp and stale, like a mix of wet cardboard and bleach. When we walked inside, I tried to keep my face neutral. The suite was basically one long hallway with low ceilings. The bedroom was at the far end, bare except for a twin mattress on the floor and a dresser that looked like it had been dragged from a garage sale. But what struck me was the door. On the inside of the bedroom, there was a heavy metal padlock, not like a deadbolt or a chain, but a latch meant for big locks. I pointed at it and tried to make a joke, something like, "I guess you really don't want anyone stealing stuff, huh?" He didn't laugh, he just said, "Sometimes tenants want extra privacy." That sat wrong with me. Privacy was one thing, but who installs a lock that keeps you inside? We moved on, and he insisted on showing me a small storage room at the back. The door was painted the same color as the wall, like it was meant to blend in. He flicked on the light and motioned me inside. It was just a narrow space, maybe the size of a walk-in closet. with shelves stacked with paint cans and tools. But the strange part was how the door clicked when it closed. There was no switch inside, just 4 walls and a bare bulb overhead. For a second, I honestly thought he had locked me in. My chest tightened, every nerve screamed that I was in the wrong place with the wrong person. I pushed at the door before he even had a chance to say anything, muttering something about needing fresh air. He stepped back like it was no big deal. But the look in his eyes wasn't amused. It was disappointment. We went back to the main room, and he asked if I wanted to sit down, get a feel for the space. He gestured at the mattress, like he expected me to try it out. I told him I needed to check out a couple more places before deciding. And that's when his tone shifted. Places like this don't stay open long, he said. People appreciate how quiet it is down here. I thanked him for the tour, already backing toward the door, and he stood there smiling while I left. When I got outside, I realized how badly my hands were shaking. I didn't even wait for the bus. I walked 3 blocks before calling a cab, glancing over my shoulder the entire time. Later that night, I checked Craigslist again. The ad was gone, not updated and not reposted, just vanished. I don't know what Paul's deal was. Maybe he was really just an odd landlord with terrible decorating sense. But the padlock, the storage room with no switch, the way he wanted me to sit down, it all felt really bad. I've thought about it a lot since then. How easy it would have been to brush off my instincts. How quick I was to laugh at things that weren't funny. And how different the ending might have been if I hadn't shoved past him in the storage room. So, Paul, with your cheap basement rental and your padlocks, let's never meet again. Excuse my intrusive thoughts for a moment. Please know I'm not thinking of offing myself, and I hope this question doesn't trigger anyone. But there's something I've been wondering about, and I can't really quiz my coworkers with an icebreaker like this. So, here goes. If you were to jump off a building, would you face forward or backward when you leapt? There's pros and cons for each direction, I think. Facing forward, you're given the chance to know exactly when your death will be, as the hustle and bustle of the city life continues. I'd imagine a joyous warmth would engulf the soul, reminiscent of Christmas morning as a child, when the wonders of Santa Claus still exist, maybe, able to witness all that you'll leave behind. The men and women going to and from work with no purpose besides filling their pockets for a weekend distraction from reality. The imagery of your impact on the concrete will be seen by at least a few of them. The sudden carnage that lays before them is bound to be retained within their psyche. It may even be enough to change their purpose in life, ignite the inspiration they were missing. Maybe not. Who knows? Or you could jump backwards. You think you'd only indulge this option on a day with the clear skies in the forecast. Consider leaving early in the morning or late afternoon for the best chance of a picture-perfect sky to gaze into. It's superior in aesthetics compared to the dingy streets being the last image you'll see, but you won't know how long that image will be able to be cherished. Personally, I feel like it would force my attention on trying to soak it all in, instead of appreciating the last moment of my final artistic gesture. There's millions of actors all dancing to their own music on the world stage. Unfortunately, my husband Lisha was unintentionally in the audience during someone's final performance. I can say truthfully that the trauma he experienced by seeing it stuck with him years later, and clearly his retelling of the events haven't left me either. In 2018, Lisha is on a construction job in Lower Manhattan. He's one of the leads on this project and had to be the first one on site to unlock the gates surrounding the construction zone. On a typical morning in August, Lisha's just finished pulling the chains off the last fence at the yard. The last gate he's opening is across the street from the Deschutes Bank Center. Also attached to that same building is the Mandarin Oriental Hotel and some ultra-expensive luxury apartments. When Lisha gets the last lock, he slides the key back into his pocket while turning around. It was a clear summer morning, and as he looked up to really take in the morning sunrise, he also saw a man stepping off of the 55-story building, then falling over 750 feet. Lisha told me the man landed on the glass mark of the hotel with such force it sounded like a bomb had gone off. The impact would split the man's body in half, sending bloody pieces of him flying in multiple directions. Some even landed across the street into the construction site. Emergency vehicles shut down the whole block within a few minutes. Soon, Lisha was able to return home after relocking all of the gates in a dazed shock. When he got home, he told me what happened. I saw the small spots of blood that freckled his yellow vest. When he first came in and told me, I thought that he was lying because of how nonchalantly he had retold before going to the shower. Pretty sure he was still in shock. That night, however, I'd woken up to Lisha thrashing in bed with night terrors, jolted awake by one of his kicks to see him punching his arms violently into the darkness, or screaming. He's asleep the whole time while acting this way too. Lisha's mom told me that he used to have a sleepwalking problem in high school, but nothing close to what he was doing now. I asked Lisha what he'd been seeing in his dreams, but he either wouldn't or couldn't talk about it. 3 days later, work would call him, telling him they'd been okayed to return to the site the next day. Lisha's speechless on the phone. Then he quickly ended the call and dropped his phone onto the hardwood floor of our dining room. He then sits on the floor, and for the first time since the incident, he cries. We sat on the floor together, and Lisha told me about his nightmares, about how that morning plays over and over and over. Every night he's either in his truck getting to work or already at the last gate, and every time he sees the man plummet through the glass canopy of the hotel, the body splits into two when it hits the road. Sometimes one of the parts or both would reanimate back to life, crawling towards Lisha, dragging whatever pieces were still attached to it at the side. It's really some dark shit that I don't need to keep going further with. There's just something so wildly insane about having your life changed forever in such a brutal way by someone that you've never even met. Anyway, take care everyone, and thanks for listening. My uncle, who passed away in 2016, had some pretty intense stories from his time working at the Huntsville unit, which is basically home to the largest execution chamber in the state of Texas. I was always a bit more interested in the things that couldn't exactly be explained. Sure, some of the stories involving actual inmates was entertaining and scary, but there was something so creepy about the other stories. Those are the ones I feel compelled to share. The first one was regarding the smell. Not only the chamber itself, but the surrounding cells, because that's right, there were cells that shared a wall with the chamber itself. My uncle said that every so often you could smell something burning. It was, as he described, an unkind smell. My uncle was a war vet, so he said that the smell was definitely burning flesh, burning hair. The smell that was never accompanied by something actually burning, just the smell. It's not like it was uncommon for things to be burned. It was a prison after all. Welders would have to go and repair the cells and different parts of the prison all the time. But that smell, it was different. That smell, and most smells that are common, would permeate the whole area. They wouldn't stick to just the chamber and surrounding cells. The electric chair in the chamber had been removed years before my uncle had even started working there. Lethal injection was the new way. But many that worked there, and the inmates, They believed they were experiencing smells from the past, and something pretty horrifying. My uncle told me he'd spoken with several inmates in the area, ones who'd become nauseous from the smells, sometimes the smells waking them from sleep, only to make them vomit. Not all of these inmates were on death row or scheduled for execution. In fact, a lot of these cells were occupied by individuals who would most definitely see the light of day. My uncle said that he could see the men go through some changes while in there. He would see them get scared. He told me several inmates in the surrounding cells told him about their dreams. What was most curious and creepy about this were the similarities in the dreams. They usually always involved a group of guards barging into a cell, disturbing inmates awake, dragging them to their execution. These men would feel everything, as they put it. The snatching, their heart rate increase, even the insertion of the needles, the injection itself. Some men would see their own life essentially flash before their eyes, while others described feeling trapped in another man's body. They all woke up before experiencing total death, and always in a pool of sweat. These men were completely manic, followed by severe insomnia. My uncle said he'd lost track of just how many men repeated these stories. But he claims he wasn't the only one who heard these stories. It was known amongst all staff, like many things were. It just depended on if you took the men seriously or not. My uncle did. This last one, it's my favorite. I like it because it's not terrifying, but yet totally is. My uncle was friends with a man who prepared a good amount of inmates' last meals. He was known for being a good man, never getting too involved in the men's guilt or crime. Instead, just providing them with a dignified last meal. I guess a lot of men in that line of work really took pride in their job, this man being no exception. However, I guess there was one inmate that my uncle's friend had grown fond of, a man on death row, scheduled for execution in 2002. He believed the inmate to be innocent. He felt compelled to do something special since he knew he couldn't provide the man with a steak. So instead, he made the man a monster cheeseburger and fries. He threw in a chocolate milkshake and a hamburger steak on the side with mashed potatoes and gravy for good measure. The evening of that execution, the man had been in the kitchen, cooking up separate meals for much different occasions. He suddenly felt he wasn't alone. Typically, in a prison, that's not a good sign, but he told my uncle he felt pretty good, like a friend was in the room. He was positive it was the man who'd been executed. The next day, he'd been told by staff that the inmate had left a message of thanks to be passed on to him and compliments to the chef. This man would occasionally make those meals for inmates until the program was expired in 2011. Nowadays, inmates get what's on the menu for that day. Some people hate that. Others find it just. I don't know how to feel personally, but I like the story for what it is. Those are the most memorable stories I've got hanging around in my head, but I'll rack my brain for more. Thanks for listening. When I was around 11, I got very into fairies, but more in a witchy way, I guess you could say. I realize that's kind of odd for a kid to be into things like this, but you gotta know I was very imaginative, somewhat of a lonely kid. I've always loved fairies. My mom got me a book on them. It included fairy language, a list of gifts to offer fairies should you wish to interact with them. Of course, I wanted to contact them. What little girl wouldn't? For about a month, I wandered out to the backwoods of my house by a river because, according to the book, fairies like to hang out around water. I would leave little written notes in their supposed language, along with little gifts and offerings. I'd make them little leaf baskets, leave them candy or flowers, things like that. I even recited a chant. Yeah, I know. I think part of me knew it was silly. that I'd probably never get results, but damn if I wasn't determined. So I kept on. At one point, my gifts and notes started disappearing from the bench I left them on. I figured it was the wind or birds taking it, but a small part of me hoped it was something else. A month of this nonsense, and I was getting very discouraged. I decided to leave a few more gifts for them. This time, I weighed them down with small rocks so they couldn't just blow away, and I'd know for sure. A day went by. My gifts were still there. Another day, same thing. Then, on the third day of checking, I found the gifts gone, but the rocks still there. Only the rocks were moved around. I don't remember how soon after that this happened, but eventually I got what I wanted. I wandered out into the woods, and I saw by the river 2 monarch butterflies. They were very large. I wanted to see them up close. However, one landed on a branch close to the path where I was standing, and I noticed this butterfly had limbs. Tiny, thin, pale limbs. Hands, feet. I stopped dead in my tracks, looked hard to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. It was broad daylight, and I could see very clearly. It wasn't a butterfly. It was a fairy. She had long, thin brown hair that went past her feet, a blue dress that looked like a small scrap of fabric. But what terrified me above all else was her face. Her eyes were giant, black, bug-like alien eyes. But she definitely had a face, and she definitely saw me. I didn't even try to look at the other one, because I ran. I was so scared that I bolted home and locked the door. After freaking out and keeping an eye on my backyard, the backwoods, through the window, I went back. No surprise, they were gone, and I never saw them again, despite me trying over and over again. My gifts were never taken again. I felt sad and stupid because I felt like I ruined my chance to have fairy friends. But knowing what I know now, it was probably a blessing they left me alone. What do you guys think? Has anyone else seen a fairy, and did they look like this? I just need to find someone else who's seen what I've seen. I went to the library and looked at every book on butterflies I could find, Googled. I couldn't find a butterfly matching any description that looked like what I saw. It's something I'll never, ever forget. I remember her so clearly, I could draw her. When I was a kid, the scariest place I ever spent the night wasn't out in the woods or at a camp or anywhere you'd expect. It was at my best friend's house. I still can't fully explain why that place felt the way that it did, but anyone who'd ever spent time there knew that it was creepy. Even in the broad daylight, the house felt strange. The air was heavy, and I know you hear that, but it really was. You could feel the difference when you'd walk outside. And their living room was dim no matter how many lamps were turned on. The basement smelled like wet stone, and the upstairs always seemed a little colder than the rest of the house. You never wanted to be alone there, if you were the last one awake, or had to walk down the hall by yourself at night. The feeling of being watched clung to you until you practically ran back to wherever the other kids were. Despite that, we had sleepovers there all the time. Her parents were cool, and it was one house where we could eat junk food, stay up late, and blast music without anyone caring. But that odd atmosphere, making the dog bark at empty corners or stare up the stairs whining, it was always there in the background. One night, when we were maybe 10 or 11, her older sister decided to mess with us. She'd been talking about mirror games that she'd heard about from a friend. I already knew about Bloody Mary. Every kid did. But this version was different. According to her, if you sat in front of a mirror with a candle and stared long enough, you wouldn't summon a ghost. Instead, your reflection would start to move on its own. She said it was called The Other You. Of course, we were curious enough to try. So we crammed into the upstairs bathroom, me, my best friend, and her sister. The room was small, just big enough for the three of us. We turned off the lights, lit a single candle, and placed it on the counter. Its glow flickered across the mirror, making the whole place look like it was breathing. At first, it really was silly. We stared at our reflections and tried not to laugh. We whispered dumb jokes, nudged each other, anything to kill the tension or the boredom. But the longer we stood there, the quieter we got. The flame was steady now, and the shadows in the corner of the room seemed darker somehow. Then I noticed my reflection. It wasn't perfectly in sync anymore. When I tilted my head, it hesitated, almost like it was waiting for me to move first. When I blinked, it didn't blink with me. My stomach dropped. I thought maybe the candlelight was messing with me, but then my reflection sort of grinned. I know I wasn't grinning. My best friend gasped at the same time and clutched my arm. Her reflection was smiling too, according to her. Her sister laughed at us, swore we were imagining it, but when she leaned closer to the mirror to prove us wrong, the candle went out. Just like that. 1 second it was flickering, and the next it was gone. The bathroom went pitch black, and we all screamed. We clawed at the door, tripped over each other to get out. When the light flipped on, the mirror was normal again. Our faces, pale and wide-eyed, stared back at us like nothing had happened. Just our normal reflections. We tried to laugh it off, but that night I couldn't sleep. Lying in her room, I kept staring at the dresser mirror across from her bed. In the dark, it looked like a doorway. I kept imagining someone standing in it, watching us. I finally turned over, but every creak of the house made my heart start to pound. At some point, I guess I drifted off to sleep, but I woke up to whispering. It wasn't loud, more like the rustling of someone speaking against glass. I turned my head just enough to look at the mirror, and I swear I saw movement. Not us, not our sleeping bodies, but something else shifting in the reflection. I buried myself under a blanket and I prayed until the actual morning. When the sun finally came through the blinds, I felt this weird relief until I noticed the candle we'd been using the night before. It was sitting on the dresser next to the mirror. None of us had put it there. I didn't say anything. Neither did my friend. But weeks later, she admitted something that made my blood run cold. She said that she kept having nightmares after that night. In them, she'd wake up and realize that she wasn't in her bed. She was inside the mirror, watching herself sleep. She couldn't move, couldn't scream. Just stood there while her reflection, the one in her bed, smiled at her. I remember her mom eventually took the mirror out of her room. After that, she said her nightmares stopped. I never told her this, but I had dreams too. Not every night, not even every week, but when I would spend the night there, I'd wake up certain that I'd been staring at myself from the other side of the glass. And when I looked in any mirror the next morning, I always had to check, just for a second, that the reflection was really me. Even now as an adult, I avoid mirrors in the dark. I know it sounds childish, I know. But I can't unsee that grin, that reflection. It's ingrained in my brain forever. When I was little, I spent a lot of time at my grandparents' house, who loved to save everything. So their living room was a mix of old furniture, faded rugs, and a faint smell of mothballs. But the centerpiece, at least for me, was the television. It wasn't a new model for the time or anything, just a bulky secondhand set that they'd picked up when I was maybe 5 or 6. My grandmother was quite proud of it. She'd gotten it for next to nothing from a shop in town. The screen had that thick glass front that reflected the whole room when it was turned off. I used to sleep on the couch in front of it when I stayed over. At first it was exciting, like a little adventure, but after a few nights I started refusing. Because sometimes when the room went dark and the TV screen turned into a mirror, I'd see a face. It wasn't my face, or any that I recognized. I'd lie there, blanket pulled to my chin, watching the dim reflection of the curtains, the lamp, the edge of the couch. And then out of nowhere, there it would be, a face hovering in the glass, pale, featureless in some ways, yet sharp enough to make my stomach drop. It wasn't my grandparents checking on me, and it wasn't a trick of the light. The first time it happened, I thought that maybe I'd been half asleep. But the second time, when I woke up with that prickle of dread, and I saw it staring from the TV, I bolted upstairs. I begged to sleep in the guest room instead. My grandparents didn't argue. I think they just chalked it up to me being a jumpy kid, scaring myself. After all that, I tried to avoid falling asleep in front of it, but kids don't always get to choose. And on nights when I drifted off in the living room, waking up was terrifying. Usually the face would already be there when my eyes would open. Faint but clear, watching. I'd move at first to catch a glimpse, and then I'd lie perfectly still, too scared to blink, until I couldn't take it anymore. I squeezed my eyes shut. I remember praying that I'd wake up again in the daylight. I never told my grandparents exactly what I was seeing. I just said that I didn't like the TV at night. My grandmother would laugh and say, "You don't have to watch it, honey." But it wasn't about watching. It was about being watched. The odd thing is, the house itself never felt haunted. I never heard strange noises, never felt cold spots. I never saw anything out of place. Nothing until that TV. Whatever it was, it seemed to be tied to that one object, a second-hand TV that had belonged to someone before it came into my grandparents' home. As I got older, you do what you do. Convince yourself it was in your head. Kids see things in the shadows or in reflections, but deep down I do think I always knew better. Dreams fade and memories warp, but this stayed crisp, like a scar in my mind. I never questioned what I saw. I just never really told anyone. Years later, long after my grandparents had passed, I thought to ask about that TV. I asked my mom what happened to it. She shrugged, said that it was probably donated again, or tossed out when they cleaned the house. Just another piece of junk. That unsettled me more than anything, actually. Somewhere out there, someone else might have picked it up, set it in their living room, stared into the same thick glass screen, and maybe saw what I saw. I'll never know, though. All I can say is this: it wasn't the house, and it wasn't my imagination. It was the television, or whatever was inside of it. A few years back, I was dating this girl. She told me her parents' house was haunted. Skeptical as I was, I thought she was playing with me. Then she told me that there was an evil persona that would take over her body sometimes, damage her physically. She'd wake up bleeding, totally oblivious of how she got those cuts or what just happened. I thought this was just her way of trying to get attention or needing help. I didn't really believe her story, although I tried to help and comfort her any way I could. All of that changed anyway when I started sleeping over. It changed because strange things would almost always occur at night. These experiences all occurred when my ex and me, usually the dog too, were alone in the house. It started with her laptop randomly turning on in the middle of the night, and actually logging into their account. Shortly after, I started to hear things as well. Footsteps coming from the ceiling or roof, right above the bed we slept in. Not a ticking sound like a mouse makes, but actual thuds, like a human was casually walking circles on the roof. A few days after, I heard a dog barking downstairs. The family dog was a boxer, but I heard a high-pitched arf instead of a low roof. I went downstairs, but I saw nothing special. The boxer was sleeping peacefully in his kennel in the kitchen. I returned to the bedroom and saw my ex in bed, sitting up straight and with both arms bleeding. I had seen the fresh wounds before, so that was nothing new for me. Really sad to see, but nothing new. What startled me to death is that she had her eyes closed, like she was still sleeping, but her mouth was wide open, as if she were screaming her lungs out. But she wasn't. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. A few nights later, we were in bed sleeping together again, and I woke up to my ex trying to climb over me, mumbling, "Break, glass." As the situation in the house was starting to freak me out, I felt the urge to protect myself. I grabbed my ex by the shoulders and yelled, "What are you trying to do?" My ex woke up, but a second later we heard a loud tack and the sound of glass breaking in the kitchen. I went downstairs to look and saw the locked cupboard wide open, and on the floor, shards of what used to be 2 long drink glasses. I cleaned up the mess, walked back upstairs, and found my ex sleeping as if nothing had happened. Once, something strange happened in the middle of the day. We were upstairs in my ex's bedroom, and her father was working in the garage. Nobody else was home. We went to be physical. We made sure the bedroom door was closed. Then, in the heat of the moment, the door flew open, hard, as if someone kicked it in, except there was nobody there. I do remember feeling a slight breeze, and the next moment, her bedroom window shattered into pieces. That kinda killed the mood, to be honest. Shortly after this, we broke up, and some strange things happened to me, but nothing like what happened to her or while we were together. But it did get me interested in the paranormal, spirituality, and finding out what else is with us. The bus was running later than usual last night. The bus stop's only a few blocks from my apartment. When I get off, I'm about to cross Park Road. I see another person standing on the other side of the crosswalk. The roads are clear. I've already started walking across towards the person. A few seconds later, the green pedestrian symbol turns on, but they still stand still. Big trench coat with a red fez on his head. As I got closer, I saw the trench coat open up and what looked like 2 little arms reach out and pull the sides closed again. I stopped right there in the middle of the crosswalk and just stared at this guy for a second, hoping to make sense out of what I'd just seen. His head was small for his size. His face looked bloated, like he'd been stung by bees. His eyes were barely visible, but I could tell that he was staring back at me. I reasoned with myself. We're all different sizes and shapes. I'd just never seen such disproportions on a human before. I felt rude for starting to walk diagonal towards the sidewalk. Then it happened again. The wind catches the trench coat and it opens. Inside the coat were 2 more sets of eyes, reflecting, blinking, looking at me. 2 of the arms quickly grab both sides of the coat and close them again, like curtains. I spin 180 degrees and sprint back across Church Street, then take a left down Hillside Avenue and back up Reese Road. I ran a big square around the block so that I could get back in the right direction. When I get to the end of the street, I can see down to the intersection I was previously on. The corners are now empty. I got shivers thinking whatever I'd just seen followed me when I turned around. I ran the whole way back, ignoring crossing signals. No cars were out. When I'd gotten home, I told my boyfriend about what I'd seen, and his mouth dropped. He told me his dad described the same trench coat guy a couple of months ago. Both of his parents saw it driving home after a movie late one night. Red fez, bloated face, long trench coat. They didn't see what I saw inside, though. His mom said it had tiny feet. 3 up-close sightings of this thing. I know there has to be more, but where else would you bring this kind of information? So please, if you live near Montford and this story sounds familiar, let me know. Me and my boyfriend have taken a couple of trips up and down Park Road to see if we can catch a glimpse of it, but we haven't yet. We've got our cell phones ready. He's even got a little spotlight rigged up on the side of his car. When we catch him, you'll be the first to know. I'm a 24-year-old female with some PTSD from a horrible childhood. I had an abusive mother who went through a dozen almost stepdads before I was 18, and each guy was worse than the last. Lots of drugs and parties, basically all of the cliches. I'm sure you've heard 100 versions of that story, so I won't bore you with all those details. I mostly just want to establish that I'm no stranger to nightmares or the illusions one might see in the dark. I'm used to all that stuff, and this is not that. When I turned 18, I packed a bag and bummed my way from Mississippi to Georgia. Then I found a job waiting tables and got myself a small apartment. I've had no contact with my family since. Over the years, I've had fewer and fewer nightmares. I was healed. I've made friends, had a few relationships. It's been a fairly normal life out here, all things considered. Then one of the other girls at work found out that our restaurant was one of the places that sold moonshine back during Prohibition. One night it got robbed and 2 people died in the shootout. She's one of those people who believed in energies and auras and restless spirits. So she roped a few of us into doing a seance. She wanted to learn more about the people who died that night and thought that this was the best way to do it. The guys that agreed to join kind of just egged her on, made a joke out of the whole thing, and the seance was pretty much a bust. Aaron lit some candles, chanted some nonsense, and nothing really happened. 20 minutes later, we all went out drinking instead. That night I got home and the lights wouldn't come on. I thought the power was out, but the fridge was still working. The oven still showed the time. There was definitely power, just not to any of the lights. I was too drunk to care very much and went straight to bed. I then had the worst nightmare of my life, or I thought it was a nightmare. Now, I don't think it was, but I'm jumping ahead. I woke up in the middle of the night with enough light coming in through the window to see someone standing at the foot of my bed. I was completely paralyzed. I wanted to scream, but it was just a mute screech in my throat. The figure started crawling onto the bed with me. The next thing I knew, it was morning. I was freaked out, but that's a classic dream paralysis story if I've ever heard one, so I chalked it up to all the seance talk and too much drinking. The lights worked fine and everything seemed perfectly normal again. I let the whole thing go. A night or 2 later, I came home from work and my fish was dead. It sucks, but that happens. I went on about my night, went to bed, and had the exact same nightmare experience, only it seemed to last much longer, and everything was much more vivid. There was no sleep haze like the first, and I swear I felt it when that creepy black figure started crawling onto the bed. I felt hands wrap around my ankles, move up my legs. But then it was morning again. When I got dressed, there were weird red marks all over the bottom of my legs. long red ones, kind of like finger marks. Then when I tried to go to work, my car wouldn't start. A neighbor tried to jump it, but it didn't help. Whatever the problem was, it wasn't the battery. I had to take an Uber to work. I told Erin what was going on, and she thought that it was some sort of dark entity attaching itself to me. She wanted to come to my apartment and do some sort of cleansing ritual. I told her I needed to think about it because if that's what did happen, then it was her fault and I was in this mess to begin with. I'm not sure that I really trusted her to fix it. For all I know, it could have just made things worse. One of the guys came home with me after work to look at my car. It started right up for him. I don't know what the problem was, but there was nothing for him to fix. Another night or so later, I woke up to the same figure. Only this time, the street light outside my window went out. I couldn't see anything. I could only feel the crawling onto my bed, up my body. There was a heavy weight on my chest. I couldn't breathe. In the morning, there were dark, splotchy stains on my white comforter. I could maybe convince myself that I was having some kind of extreme night terrors if there wasn't physical evidence left behind. I knew I wasn't leaving these marks on my own body, and I know I didn't stain the bedspread. I remember it progressing, getting worse, me being afraid to sleep, not sleeping at all, calling out sick to work. The TV would stop working, the phone would go in and out, service dropping. And then I just let Erin do her cleansing ritual, because what did I have to lose? Now, whether she was onto something, or we simply shifted our focus, train of thought, either way, it all ceased. It was done. Everything behaved the way it should. The nightmares, gone. I was pretty desperate. So I suggest if you are, you let your friend do their thing, or call someone who knows what they're doing, because the alternative is rather maddening. I'm a 28-year-old male, but this happened when I was just 15. I loved smoking weed back then, so I was basically smoking with my friends every day. I grew up in the UK, and my town was pretty big, with a population of nearly 100,000. The place I lived was like an estate full of houses. I had a best friend at the time who lived about a 20 to 25-minute walk from my house, but in order to get there, you had to walk through a wooded area that led to a big lake that you could walk around to get near his house. So one day, randomly, I was out with my friend who I just mentioned, plus many others, when we noticed a lot of police presence in the area, near the woods. Plus, there was a police helicopter in the air. Being curious, we followed the police to the woodlands that separated our houses. We went through the woods to the lake where the police and ambulance workers were, along with many bystanders at this point. We got there and started asking people we knew what happened. We were told that a young boy around the age of 7 had drowned in the lake, near the path where everyone was gathering. Over the next couple of days, police were trawling the lake, looking for the child. They knew he was there because his friend had ran for help when he fell in and couldn't get out. 2 or 3 days after he slipped in, the authorities found the young boy's body, which was big news in my town. No later than 24 hours after the boy was found, the local council installed a black metal bench on the footpath near where he had died, with a little plaque commemorating his life. Okay, so that very next day, I was out with my friend over near where I lived. We were getting high with a bunch of other friends that we knew. By the time we were done getting high, we decided to go back to his house to sleep, because my mom would have gone crazy over the fact that we were high. We started to walk back to his house at around 11 p.m. It was really dark out. We passed my house and eventually got to the woods. We walked through the woods and got to the start of the lake. We started walking down the side of the lake, down the path towards where the kid had drowned and the bench was. We were just talking nonsense as high teens did, when I noticed that there was a man sitting on the bench. Now, I was a little bit freaked out by this, but I didn't say anything yet. It was 11 p.m. near the woods in the dark. It was creepy, but when I got a little closer, I noticed that I could see what the man was wearing. He was dressed as a priest. You know, black jacket, white collar. Upon seeing the priest, I sighed some relief because I just presumed he was praying or something. Most likely for the kid that had drowned in that spot 4 days earlier. So after noticing this priest, I just watched him sit there as I got closer and closer. I didn't say anything to my friend who was right next to me, but we collectively stopped talking once we noticed the man. As we got closer, it was more obvious that he was a priest. And then, once we got within 5 meters, he was gone. I felt like I blinked and he just disappeared. When we were walking past the actual bench where I'd seen him, there was nobody there. But if he was to have just gotten up and walked away, I'd have seen him. It's a one-way track. After I got to the bench, I turned to my friend, who was just as confused and spooked as I was. I asked him if he'd just seen that man that sat on the bench. I didn't want to say what type of man because the way he was dressed was very obvious as to what type of man he was. But as I asked him, "Did you see that man that sat on the bench?" He said, "Yeah, the guy dressed like a priest." When I tell you my heart sunk, I can't explain that feeling or that situation to this day. What gets me is I purposely asked my friend if he'd seen the man. He corrected me by saying the priest. If it was a person, they'd have to get up and walk away from us in a straight line down the path, which we'd have seen, or they'd have to walk past us. Last year, I lived in a furnished apartment across town for almost 6 months while waiting for repairs to be completed in my actual apartment building. There wasn't very many people living in my building at the time, so only a few of these units were occupied by people from my same building. The rest were just residents who lived there full-time. The apartment itself was more like a studio, so a little smaller than I was used to, but it was really nice and really clean. I actually started to quite enjoy the space while I was there. It sat up against a greenbelt or a wetland of some kind. You could hear a constant stream of water. There was a small balcony where you could sit maybe 2 people comfortably, so I liked to sit out there during the hot summer nights. You could hear the nature over the sound of traffic in this spot, thanks to that stream. During the day, you would hear birds, small critters, you'd see deer. In the night, it was the sound of owls, coyotes, but also a symphony of sounds created by the various bugs and frogs that occupied the wetland. Part of me didn't want to leave this place, but this is early in, maybe 2 months, when the fall started to approach. Things changed. I mean, technically for me, everything changed. I can't even think about the woods the same, let alone see them without wondering, is that thing in there? It was just after Labor Day, the first cool day that we'd had since June. It finally felt decent inside, but it felt even better outside with the breeze. I remember thinking that the moon looked exceptionally large that night. Beautiful, but larger than life, and acting as a giant nightlight for the evening. When I recall what happens next, it feels like my eyes were temporarily closed. I was listening to the sounds. They were soothing, until they went mute. Aside from the stream, everything went quiet at the same time. I opened my eyes and looked towards the green belt. I wondered why the sound had suddenly ceased, but I couldn't explain it. Then, just as I thought I'd give it no more thought, a loud wailing began. I'd never heard anything like this in real life, and as much as I wanted to blame it on a neighbor's loud television or their idea of a joke, I knew the sound came from outside. It came from the very green belt I was so fond of. A moment later, I heard the balcony door to my left open, and I saw a man lean over. He was from my original building, a guy named Sam, who was about 27, like myself. He asked if I'd heard that noise, and if I thought it sounded like a scream. I told him I'd never heard anything like that. If it was a scream, what was screaming like that? He was about to say something when the loud wailing sounded again, absolutely closer this time. It was the only sound I could hear, and I had a bad feeling about it. I didn't hear Sam go inside, but he was gone when I had the nerve to peek over the side and whisper his name. I was alone out there, and so I decided to stand up and slowly make my way inside. But when I did, I saw more of the green belt. I saw something larger than anything I'd ever seen, not just in this area, but in the woods in general. Sure, I don't go backpacking every weekend, but I'm familiar with the wildlife in my state. In this area, this thing stood as tall as some of the young trees, but its girth, it could have taken those trees from their roots. I couldn't tell if the thing had fur. I didn't know if it was a giant human or I don't know. But I eventually saw it see me. Before, I couldn't be sure where it was facing, but the presence of two glowing red eyes suddenly appeared where this thing's head should be. I felt legitimately frozen. I knew if I really tried, I could likely move or even look away, but it was like I couldn't try too hard, or wouldn't. The strange sensation of being terrified, yet not trying to move. I couldn't understand it, even as I was doing it. I remember thinking, where's the moon's brightness? Why won't it show me what I'm looking at? The longer I stared, the more everything sort of dispersed. Everything besides these two red eyes, or whatever they were. Then I didn't feel those things anymore. And even though I can still remember as much detail as I provided here, I still feel like I'm missing something. Like, I don't remember the eyes going away. I don't understand what happened, and I don't understand what I saw. I just know from then on I was eager to get back to my apartment. Well-lit streets, busy sounds of traffic. I suddenly missed the view of the theater from my apartment building. The neon sign used to sort of bother me, but after that moment, I longed for the light. So, I guess I'm just one of those people who's of the personal opinion that there are strange things in the woods, and it's probably not just here in the Pacific Northwest. At first, I didn't know if this belonged here, but it actually completely does, so on that note, let's proceed. My sister moved to New England at the beginning of March 2019. She and her husband, Lou, purchased a beautiful forever home after they got married. This was all against my parents' wishes, and the relationship eventually blew up in her face. Let's put it this way. It was her first beautiful wedding. It was his third. But geez, I'm really getting into stuff that has nothing to do with the actual story, so let's take it back. Sis moves to New England at the start of March. Mid-May, she calls me in hysterics. She's out of breath, trying not to project her voice while sobbing into the phone. I asked her what was wrong. She tells me that she thinks there's demons in the house, but Lou doesn't believe her. Our family follows the word of Jesus, and hearing my sister screaming about demons sent my attention into red alert. Right before she called me, she told me she was taking a shower. Lou's out of town, so when she saw a silhouette standing on the other side of the matte glass shower door, she screamed. She almost slipped. When she caught herself, she looked back towards the door. The silhouette was gone. But before that, she says that stuff around their house had gone missing, or stuff would end up in a completely different place from where they last put it. My sister is extremely OCD, and so she immediately noticed the oddities around the house, but she kept them to herself for the most part. She certainly never told me, until the silhouette. The terror set in for her a lot more while Lou was gone on business, and the disappearing acts continued. This was the first time the entity presented itself in physical form. It solidified my sister's conspicuous beliefs about everything that had been happening up to that point. A big house echoes a lot louder when you're alone, is one of the depressing quotes my sister would tell me. Apparently, her footsteps weren't the only ones to make noise up and down the hallways. She didn't care to chase the demon, though. She waited until morning, and then drove 4 hours back to mine and my parents' house. We live right next to each other. My dad's the one who taught us about the Holy Spirit, so he took it upon himself to drive back to my sister's place and disperse that evil energy plaguing her home. When they got there, it did not go at all how either of them expected. As they walked inside, my dad held his Bible close to his chest. Then, they heard the toilet upstairs flush, and the sink turned on. Demons don't use the bathroom, right? My dad didn't think so. He ushered my sister to stay where she was, and he starts to quickly and quietly make his way up the stairs towards the upstairs restroom. When the faucet turns on, my dad gets in a caveman-looking fighting stance, ready for the door to open, and confident a demon won't be what exists on the other side of that door. Dad Fireman kicks the door right when it unlatched, sending some homeless 40-year-old creep backwards into the counter behind him. Before the guy can get up, my dad gives him an old-school ass-whooping, mainly to make sure that he didn't get away before the cops got there. My sister called the cops, and they came to pick the creep up. Another cop comes to look around. They discover that he's been living in the attic since before they moved in. How was this missed by the inspection? Well, obvious answer is that they cut corners. And I guess that's the downside of having these things done while you're out of state. You gotta have a lot of trust in companies, which are just people that you don't know. The police also later alluded to the fact that the man likely suffered from schizophrenia. After the cops would leave, my dad would do some more digging. He found a makeshift tunnel that was hidden, even little passageways that this guy had built for himself in the attic that connected through the walls of the house, all stemming from their attic. They also found most of their missing stuff, aside from jewelry. The guy had also kept a butcher knife up there. Less than 3 months later, we'd all find out that Lou was cheating on my sister with a coworker. My sister ended up moving in with my family for a couple of months before she ended up in a new place of her own. And this time, we all went to the inspection, which I highly recommend if you're in a position of buying a home. You trust your inspector, or better yet, get a second opinion if you can't view it yourself. I want to start this off by saying that I'm a skeptic. I don't believe anything I haven't seen a scientific explanation for. And I even thought hypnotism was a scam until I got to know a hypnotist and I saw it work for real. I typically rationalize anything which cannot be explained by referring to nebulous explanations based on chance reflections of parallel universes. However, even though the episode I'm about to relate happened over 25 years ago, it's still very clear in my memory. I was 18 at the time. I'd recently acquired a full driver's license, and I'd borrowed my father's car, taken a few friends to a pub out in the countryside for a couple of quiet drinks on a Saturday night. After the pub closed, which it did after 10:30 p.m. in those days, we drove to a nearby town in search of a snack. We all had school the next day. Most of us were completely sober, including me, obviously. Being fairly late, the town was deserted and the only place open was McDonald's. They were also about to close, so we got some burgers and sat down at the window. There weren't really any other customers in there, and the staff were starting their final sweep around, ready to make a sharp exit as soon as it got to be 11 p.m. We had only just sat down when an elderly woman appeared at the table next to us. She didn't look quite put together nor scruffy. She didn't look homeless, but her clothes seemed somewhat old or worn. She immediately engaged all of us in conversation, which started off innocent and friendly, but rapidly became quite personal. The woman seemed to know an awful lot about us, even though None of us had ever seen her in our lives, and we didn't really know anyone in this town. She was alert and animated and spoke quickly, singling out people from the group in turn and discussing specific details of their lives. She had no possible way of knowing this information. Early in the exchange, she turned to me and said, "Of course, your grandfather was an engineer, wasn't he?" He was an engineer, but he died in 1951 and had never lived in the area, so she couldn't have known him. My friends were laughing along with her at first, but they went quiet one by one as she delivered more and more details that could not be determined by simple cold reading or written off as random statements. Unlike a fairground fortune teller, her statements were very specific, and she dominated the conversation in a way that someone mining for information would not. She spontaneously started speaking in French to one of my female friends who understood the language, and then veered off into another language, which could have been Latin. She started to reassure people about very specific concerns that they'd had, ones that they'd not discussed or needed advice on, making occasional references to various deceased relatives. By this time, my female friends were visibly upset, and my male friends, who had had a couple beers, were dumbstruck. The woman stood and announced that she must go, as she was disturbing us. She headed for the door, and as it was now late and the staff were looking like they wanted to go home, we stood up and followed her out of the restaurant. And here's the punchline. I was no more than a few paces behind her as she went through the first two doors leading onto the street. The exit was on the corner of the building and opened onto the intersection of two shopping streets. There were no other doorways, alleyways, or streets, none that could conceal anyone near the exit. But when I got outside, the woman had disappeared. All there was were two completely empty streets. No cars, no pedestrians. Just shops closed for the night. Every time I've been back there since, I've stood there and wondered where she could have gone. We had a 15-minute journey home in the car, and there were floods of tears. Everyone was hysterical. I guess you had to be there, but it was scary in a deeply unsettling way. I used to work at a store on a little island in the South Pacific. I'm American, but I ended up living there for a couple of years around 2010. The job itself was fine, but the store, it had something inside of it. Call it a ghost, a spirit, whatever you want, but it had the habit of messing with me. The store only had one way in and out. 2 keys existed. My boss had one, and I had the other. The rest of the staff had to wait for one of us to open up. From the office to the door, you had to cut around a corner and squeeze through this narrow stretch between the wall and the service counter. And that's where the weird stuff always seemed to happen. I stayed up late often, usually to use the internet. Out there, the internet was insanely expensive, like $350 a month for dial-up speeds. So staying after hours was my little luxury. I'd smoke a lot back then, so I'd step out for breaks during these late-night internet sessions. And that's when I first noticed something. More than once, I'd come back to find boxes stacked right across that narrow path to the door. At first, I thought it was just the guy from the counter being lazy. I told him to make sure he threw them out before he left, and he swore he always did. Yet, night after night, the boxes reappeared. Then it got a little weirder. We had 2 flags, the island's flag and the U.S. flag, because the company was American-owned. Every night, they were taken down and tucked behind the counter. One night, when I was heading out for a smoke, both flags were stretched across the counter and the shelf, like someone had carefully laid them out to block me. The problem was, no one could have gotten in without me hearing it. The security guard right outside the only door swore that no one went in, and I knew where my boss was, drinking at the airport before a trip. That was when I stopped staying late just to surf the internet. But the thing that really freaked me out happened not long after. A coworker and I had gone across the street to a resort bar to grab a couple of drinks before heading to my boss's daughter's birthday party. First birthdays there are huge, bigger than weddings or funerals. It's the most important celebration in the culture because historically, so many babies didn't make it to their first year. So there was no chance my boss was leaving his own party to play some elaborate prank. Before we left the bar, I decided to duck back into the store to use the bathroom. It was dark inside, but I knew the layout well enough to walk in blind. I slipped past the counter, through the office, and into the bathroom. And then I heard a loud clink, a clank, clank, like metal scraping across the tile. It came from the direction of the door. My first thought was that my friend had changed his mind and tried the lock, but the sound didn't match. It was too heavy and too clunky. When I finished and came back out, walking the same exact path that I had taken a minute earlier, I crashed straight into one of the customer bar stools. Only it wasn't where it should have been. That stool had been pulled several feet, dragged around the corner, and placed directly in the path I had just walked. That was the sound I heard, the metal legs scraping across the floor. The second I realized that, every hair on my body stood up, and my chest physically tightened like I couldn't breathe. I bolted the rest of the way out and nearly ripped the door off its hinges. The security guard swore that no one went inside. My friend hadn't moved, and like I said, my boss was at his daughter's party, one of the most important days of his life. I wasn't the only one with stories either. One of the warehouse guys refused to go upstairs because he swore that he'd seen a black shadow woman up there more than once. Other employees admitted to weird moments too, though not as direct as mine. The building itself wasn't that old, but the island had a dark past. During World War II, Japanese forces occupied it. The stories from that time are brutal. Assaults, murders, entire families wiped out. Maybe whatever it was in that store was tied to that history. I don't know. All I know is that it had this trick it loved to do, blocking my path. Sometimes with boxes, sometimes with flags, even bar stools. It didn't want me comfortable, and it didn't want me forgetting it was there. I don't claim to know what I experienced, but I can say that after that night, I never went back into that building after dark. There used to be a homeless man I'd always see on my way into work. I'm on the road near 5 a.m., and right off exiting the freeway, he'd be walking down the first crosswalk I'd get to. After the first few times of having to wait for this old man in his shopping cart to cross the road, he became a familiar staple in my mornings. He started to notice me too. I'm usually one of the only cars on the road that early. He'd start to wave, and I'd wave back. These encounters weren't intentional, and he never asked for money. I wouldn't see him literally every day, probably 3 or 4 days a week. Some days he'd be way past the crosswalk, and I'd give him a tiny honk so we could share our otherwise silent greeting. One morning, I was getting off the freeway, rolling through the crosswalk and heading towards work, and I noticed at the gas station a few hundred yards away, my guy, he's getting walloped by 2 other men. I quickly make a U-turn and start honking my horn as I pull into the station parking lot, hoping to scare off his attackers. It works. When I park, they run. I jump out and I help my guy off the ground. And by the time he's to his feet, the cops arrive and grab him out of my hands, slamming him back on the ground and pulling out their handcuffs. The worker at the gas station comes out front explaining to the officers that the man they've got was the one who tried to stop the robbery. They tell her to go back inside, then ask how I'm associated with the man before directing me to return to my car. As I slowly back away towards my car, the homeless man starts screaming and fighting the cops when they put the handcuffs on him. He starts banging his head on the concrete. The thud of the strikes are so loud, it's nauseating to watch such little regard he had for his safety. 2 of the cops are wrestling with him, while another stands by his shopping cart. I'm still standing outside my car door, frozen, watching the scene unfolding in front of me. The officer by the shopping cart turns and scopes out the big blue tarp being utilized as an umbrella shell, wrapping the cart like a small parachute-looking lid. Seeing that it's going to be more work than it's worth to untie and unwrap this tarp from the shopping cart, the officer takes out a small tactical knife from his belt, cuts the bungee cord keeping the tarp down. The cord snaps with the release of pressure, and the tarp is ripped to the ground. It reveals a decomposing body. This is a sight I'll never be able to unsee. I wish I would have listened to the cops and just drove away. They obviously knew who they had when they saw him. It gives me the willies to think that there was a dead body in that cart every time he'd pass my car. I've been the school nurse in my district for a year now, which is long enough to know 3 things. Kids will fake a fever if it gets them out of math. Nobody actually eats the cafeteria meatloaf. They just shuffle it around on the tray. And my office at one school is haunted. Now, don't give me that look. I know how it sounds. I didn't believe it at first either. I thought it was just old pipes, maybe going stir-crazy from all the fluorescent lighting. But no, I've got stories, and they're mine. It started with whispers, I think. Little voices just at the edge of hearing, like a secret being shared in the next room. The first time I spun around so fast I nearly tripped over my rolling chair, certain that some kid had snuck in for a Band-Aid or a chance to dodge gym class. But the office was empty. No kids, no teachers. Not even Mr. Whitman, who seemed to wander in daily for ice packs and attention. But I'd heard the whispers. So, how do you explain it? Well, then came the laughter, all around the same time. But this wasn't the happy playground kind. It was different. Quick, breathless giggles, like someone was hiding behind the exam curtain and thought they were being clever. I pulled that curtain back with all of the authority I could muster, half expecting to actually see a 3rd grader doubled over. But there was nothing but a cot, neat as a pin. I told myself, fine, you're just tired. Nurses don't exactly get 8 hours in a spa day. But I think what sealed the deal for me was the door incident. I like to keep the door cracked just a little, enough that I can see the hall but still have a sense of privacy. One afternoon I was heading back into my office to do some paperwork. I noticed in the narrow silver line of light spilling in through the gap, and the line clear as day, was a child's face. I saw an eye, the curve of a cheek, pressed right up against the crack, watching me as though they were behind the door. I fully expected that when I entered the office, I'd see the child. But, you guessed it, there was no one there. Empty as a tomb, which is not the phrase you want to use about your workplace, let me tell you. But it was empty. And that was the moment that I just stopped pretending, because you can excuse whispers, especially in a school. That goes for giggles, too. But you can't excuse a whole face pressed into the crack of a door and finding nobody on the other side. I'm just not that crazy. Now, here's the other thing. I'm not really afraid anymore. It's not scary, I guess. A year of this, and I've decided that whoever or whatever it is, it's just a kid. That's how it behaves. Mischievous, curious, not malicious. A peek, a laughter, a whisper. Nothing worse than the living ones, honestly. These days, when I hear a soft giggle, I just sigh and go back to charting. So yes, I think that office is haunted. But I've made peace with it. The students come here to rest when they're sick or scared. Maybe this one did too, once upon a time. Maybe they just never left. This isn't my story exactly, but I heard about it and saw the evidence from those involved. My mother's late boyfriend, who we'll call Steve, grew up in a small town called Oakville. Steve would often take my youngest sisters and my mother to visit family there. He's big on photography, so he was always looking for fun and cool places to take the family where he could take photos. While my brother and I had already moved out, my mom and sisters were still living with Steve at the time. I had already had 3 kids, so it wasn't feasible for me to join them on these trips. On one particular visit, Steve decided to take them to an old mansion called Graywood Manor, which wasn't far from Oakville. The sun was shining, and it was perfect weather for a hike and some photography. After returning home from the somewhat uneventful visit, Steve had the photos developed. This was almost 25 years ago, so they were using rolls of film. Surprisingly, every photo, except one, captured the joyous atmosphere of the sunny day. The odd photo, however, showcased Graywood Manor at night during a fierce thunderstorm, with lightning illuminating the sky. Strangely enough, the negative for this photo was sandwiched between the normal photos that depicted the sunny day. No one noticed anything unusual when the photo was taken. It was only discovered by the person developing the film. Steve kept the photo and the negative until his passing this summer, and none of us could explain the inexplicable occurrence. I had the opportunity to see the photos and negatives myself, and they left us all bewildered. I wish I'd taken it with me. To this day, the mystery behind that particular photo remains unsolved. So the background is that several years ago, I was just behind, but not involved in, a fatal traffic crash where a woman died. I was right at the scene, so I saw her pass away. It was horrible, but I deal with crashes in my job a fair bit, so it wasn't overly scary for me. Just extremely sad, of course. Sidebar, and it's a story in and of itself, but not long before the crash, I saw my doppelganger for a brief period in a crowded store. But back to the crash victim. Let's call her Fiona. Fiona's mom, who I'll call Mary, runs a local store that she started after Fiona's death. My mom loves this shop, but I send her in alone. There's an energy there that's so dark, and I physically, spiritually, mentally can't stand it. I have no logical explanation. The staff and Mary are lovely. The sales are great. But there's something that makes me feel the deepest, darkest sense of repulsion and dread anywhere near that store. It's not because I saw Fiona after the crash either, because, like I said, seeing crashes has been part of my job. You learn not to let it affect you too much. So my mom was just chatting about how she wants to go there. I said I'd drop her off next time we went to town, and I told her again how weird the feeling is that I can't explain, how dark and strong it is, and how I can't think of why I get it or what it is. Even hearing anyone else talk about the store gives me a sense of deep dread. As I'm discussing this, a white figure dashes past the window in front of the house. Right along the outside of the house, it looked tallish, thin, female, but no distinct features. Dashed so fast I couldn't have made them out anyway. My dog freaked out and raced to the window to bark, and I rushed right away to check the front door, but whatever it was gone. Just a series of creepy encounters, I guess. I'm a 32-year-old male who's been deeply interested and affected by the paranormal. I've always gotten weird vibes in certain places, and I've always seen shadow people from the corner of my eye. As a child, I used to feel like someone or something watched while I slept. I'd beg my parents to let me sleep in their room, but they always said no, and I'd have to return to my room, terrified. Every night I dreamed of being chased by a monster, until I just stopped running, let myself get killed. Then I suddenly jerked awake. The only time I ever slept peacefully was when we got a gray kitten. I feel like he protected me. The bad dreams went away entirely during the year we had him. I turned 30 in 2021, and I was the opening manager at a Neapolitan pizza shop next to a GameStop. Every day I arrived at 7 a.m., started the dough, and got the wood fire oven hot, and I always heard weird things. Pots and pans would clang together, spatulas fell to the ground, doors would open, lights turning on and off, and when I approached the switch, it stopped. No one else arrived until 10, so I was always creeped out. I usually blasted my music in an attempt to dull the fear. One day I arrived at the usual time, noticed a deposit bag lying in the middle of the kitchen. It was too far away from the door to have been tossed inside by a good Samaritan, so I assumed the closing manager had slipped up. I opened the bag and saw a deposit for $1,500 in cash with a GameStop receipt on it. It weirded me out, but I shrugged it off. Waited for the GameStop employees to arrive so I could return the bag. When the manager arrived, I walked next door and presented him with the bag. I'll never forget the way he looked at me. He was half confused and half suspicious, as if I'd stolen the bag or something. He wanted to know how I got the bag. I said I found it in the middle of the kitchen. He'd closed the night before, so he was even more confused than ever. He distinctly remembered putting the deposit in the safe and locking up the store. I assured him I wouldn't be returning the bag if I'd stolen it, and he asked if I ever heard sounds or saw weird things. I told him our store was haunted as hell. Apparently, he had experienced the same things rather frequently. And this is where it gets really weird. GameStop always has PlayStations and Xboxes inside some sort of plastic container, but because of COVID, the Sony technicians hadn't been to the store for a year and a half. The manager said that they didn't have keys to the container, so he couldn't open it to change games. There was a thick layer of dust on top of the PlayStation, with a toddler's handprint right in the middle. I was spooked. He thought it was a child's ghost haunting our stores, and he never believed in the paranormal before these experiences. He was a scientific type guy, but that all changed after working there for a few years. His whole worldview shifted after seeing that handprint. I was house sitting for my aunt last summer while she was in Florida. She lives way out in the country, where the neighbors aren't close enough to hear you yell and the nights are so quiet you can hear your own heartbeat. It was my second night there. I'd just finished locking up for the evening, and my aunt's house backs up right against some thick stretch of woods. But there's a big yard in between, and a motion-activated floodlight on the back porch. It only goes out maybe 30 feet, and then everything past that is just dark. I was scrolling on my phone in the living room when I heard the floodlight click on. I figured maybe a deer wandered too close. She told me that they come through sometimes, so I peeked through the blinds, and that's when I saw a man. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. He was standing just outside the edge of the light, far enough back that the details were hard to make out, but I could tell it was a man. No movement, no flashlight, nothing in his hands, just still. I just stood there, waiting for him to step forward or turn or anything. He didn't. It was like he was staring at the house, but his head was tilted a little, studying something. I pulled my phone out and started recording through the blinds, but between the glass and the darkness, the camera barely picked up anything. My stomach was going crazy. I didn't want to take my eyes off of him to call 911, and then he took one slow step forward. I backed away from the window and ducked behind the couch so he couldn't see me if he got closer. My heart was pounding, stomach turning. Everything was so loud in my head, it felt like it was filling the room. I finally grabbed my phone and called the sheriff's office. whispering to the dispatcher what I was seeing. She told me to stay on the line, lock all the doors. When I peeked again, he was gone. The dispatcher said a deputy was on the way, but it would be about 20 minutes. That was maybe the longest 20 minutes of my life. I couldn't stop thinking about all the ways into the house, the sliding door in the kitchen, the side garage door that my aunt always left unlocked, even the windows upstairs. When the deputy finally arrived, I met him at the door. He walked the property with a flashlight, and I stayed on the porch, too scared to leave the light. He didn't find anyone, but there were footprints, big ones, leading from the tree line up toward the porch, and then back again. Here's the part I don't understand. The prints weren't from boots or sneakers. They were bare feet. The deputy didn't have much to say about that, except that people do weird things sometimes. He told me to keep the doors locked and call right away if I saw anything again. I sat up in the living room that night with all the lights on. Sleeping was not an option. I was facing the backyard, waiting for that floodlight to click on again. It never did. The rest of the week was uneventful, but I couldn't shake that feeling. I kept imagining him standing there, just out of the light, like he knew exactly where the shadows would hide him. My aunt doesn't have cameras, and I never got any clear footage from my phone. There's nothing I can show anyone to prove that it happened, but I know what I saw. And I know that I wasn't just looking at some random guy who was lost in the woods. He really felt like he was there for the house, or for me. I can't explain it, but I don't wish to experience it again. I think I moved next door to a witch. I recently bought a house in the country, and my only neighbor is a woman in her 50s. She lives about 2 miles up the road, and though we've never officially met, I see her outside all the time. She's usually in her garden when I drive by. And she always seemed like a harmless old lady. I didn't think anything was off about her at all until the last full moon. It was a weekend, so I was up late, smoking and stargazing on my back porch, when I noticed roughly a dozen bobbing lights down the road. I didn't know who it could be, so I quietly ducked inside and watched a group of people pass by. They were chanting something that I couldn't understand. It may have been another language, and all of the voices sounded distinctly female. On top of that, each person was carrying a gas lantern, and they were all wearing black hooded robes. Despite anything else, it's too hot for that during this time of year. It was too dark to make out their faces, but the one in the lead had the same hunched-over stride as my neighbor. There's no mistaking that waddle. I watched the group until they were out of sight and made a pot of coffee. I didn't feel like sleeping now that I knew those people were out there. Whatever they were doing, it didn't feel innocent. And that was soon proven by a distant scream. I couldn't even tell if it was human or animal, but thankfully, it was the only one. An hour later, I saw the bobbing lights return, and I watched as the robed figures passed by once more, in silence this time. I wanted to know what they were doing, but I was too afraid to traipse through the dark forest alone, so I waited until morning. Then I followed the road about half a mile down, until I noticed a small trail to my right. It was still muddy from the last rain, so it was easy to follow their footprints along the way. I almost turned around after about 30 minutes, and part of me wishes I had, but at least this way, I know to be wary around my neighbor and her, friends. After another 15 minutes on the ever-narrowing trail, I came to a small clearing. In the center were the remnants of a campfire, and a large boulder that was seemingly used as a makeshift table. It was stained with something I assumed to be blood, hopefully from a chicken, judging by all the feathers scattered about. I guess it could have been a chicken's scream that I heard the previous night, but there's always the chance that my mind just wants to think that. As more time passes, my memories fade, and I begin to replace them with less terrifying possibilities. There were also several piles of rocks stacked up around the clearing perimeter, and bundles of small sticks tied together with twine. I don't know what any of that means, but I've seen similar items in various documentaries related to witchcraft. I really don't know what I should do next. I mean, should I do anything? I considered calling the police, but what would I say? And what would happen if they confronted my neighbor? I'm the only other person who lives on this road. There would be no denying that I was the one to report her, regardless of anything else. It feels reckless to piss off a potential witch. So far, she's never bothered me, and I'd like to keep it that way. The only thing I know for certain is that I'm going to keep my cats inside at night, especially during a full moon. I was 11 years old, angry to be staying with my dad and his new girlfriend instead of my mom. I'd already been there for almost 2 days and still had 3 more to go. I don't think my dad or his girlfriend did anything particularly wrong. The house was just boring, and I wasn't interested in socializing with them. They were all lovey-dovey to the max. I just felt like I was in the way. I spent most of the time sitting in my room, staring at the wall, since I didn't have a TV in there, and I didn't want to bother sitting with them, watching MASH or something else I couldn't stand. One evening, while sitting in my room, I see someone walk by my window. They looked to be about my age, a girl. Holy crap, I could have a friend. Immediately, I dove towards the window, and I opened it wide enough before sticking my head out. I wanted to see if the girl was still there. She should have been, but she wasn't. I walked into the living room and I asked my dad, "Who's the girl that's walking around outside?" They both looked at me confused, and my dad asked, "What girl?" I explained what I saw. My dad sort of scoffed. Of course he didn't believe me. That's what I was thinking. But instead he sat there, almost deep in thought, as his girlfriend said that if there was a girl out there, we better check it out, because the brush was rough right there. She said it would just lead her to a bunch of blackberry bushes and stuff that she shouldn't be messing with. My dad hopped up to put his shoes on, and for the first time, I was kind of excited to do whatever he was doing, so I followed him outside. I pointed out where I'd seen her start from and the direction she walked. Sure enough, as we walked the path, it was essentially a dead end. You could only get to the backyard by using the path on the other side of the house. My dad sort of threw his hands up, and I was like, "I don't know, Dad. Maybe she walked back this way, and I didn't see it because I was talking to you." He stood there a minute, and he asked me, "What did this girl look like? About your age?" I told him, "Yeah, about my age. Brownish hair, some sort of jean coat, shirt thing. I couldn't see anything below her shoulders. She was too short, or so was I." He didn't really react to what I said, but I could tell that for whatever reason, he was really thinking about it. Then he finally speaks up, telling me that's strange, referring to what I had seen. So I just repeated that she probably turned around and left. But he told me that's not why it was strange. It was strange because they know the neighbors. They aren't incredibly close by, and no one has kids. He tells me he's pretty sure he's seen the same little girl, right when he and his girlfriend first moved into the place. It's what sort of drew him to determine if the neighbors had any kids, especially any my age. I asked where he'd seen her, and he said it was right outside my window. She was walking in the same direction, and just like this time, he wasn't able to find anyone. That is weird, I remember thinking. Then I asked him, "So what is she, like a ghost or what?" He sort of laughed, but I saw him entertain the idea. He for sure didn't dismiss it. We walked back inside, and he and I never spoke about it again. but I wasn't so eager to go home anymore. For the rest of that week, I had a new mission: see this ghost girl again. I practically sat at the window. When I wasn't there, I was sitting outside doing nothing but guarding that same area outside my window. I even asked my dad if he had a camera. We didn't have camera phones back then. But he said that he didn't know, that he didn't think he had one. But I found a disposable one in one of the drawers in the garage. I figured it still had 6 photos left, so I would use those to capture a picture of the girl, and then I would just take the camera home with me. However, my efforts proved fruitless. 3 days came and went, and I never saw the girl again. I went back to that house maybe 2 or 3 other times. Still, never saw her. My dad never mentioned her again either. I've just been forever curious who she was. I don't drive trucks anymore. Retired a while back. These days I'm content to sit on my porch with a cup of coffee and watch the world go by a little slower. But back in the 80s, that was my life. Long stretches of highway, greasy diners, and a cab that felt more like home than my own home. Most of you have probably heard a lot of stories about hitchhikers. Back then, it wasn't unusual. Folks stuck their thumb out and someone like me with miles to go would stop. Sometimes they'd chip in for gas. Sometimes they just wanted to ride to the next town. Most of the time, it was harmless. Most of the time. I still think about one night more than the rest. It was late. Would have been around 2 a.m. I was somewhere in the middle of Kansas. Roads so flat and empty that you start to wonder if you're still moving at all. And that's when I saw her, standing on the shoulder, arm stretched out, thumb pointing down the road. She looked young, maybe early 20s, dressed in this old-fashioned white dress, and it didn't make a lot of sense for the weather. It was chilly. You could see her breath if you stepped outside, but she wasn't shivering, just standing there like she'd been waiting all night. Now, I've picked up my fair share of hitchhikers before, but something about her made me hesitate. Still, it was late. I wasn't about to leave someone out there in the cold, so I slowed down and pulled over. She climbed in without a word, just nodded when I asked where she was headed, then finally said something, soft voice, barely above a whisper. She gave me directions to a little town I'd never heard of. Said I'd need to turn off down a country road. I didn't think much of it at the time. We drove for a while in silence. I kept sneaking glances in the rearview mirror. Every time I looked, she was sitting there, hands folded in her lap, staring out the window like the fields and darkness were the most interesting thing in the world. When I finally reached the road she told me about, I slowed down. "This the turn?" I asked. No answer. I looked back, and I truly couldn't believe it. The seat was empty. The door definitely didn't open. Didn't feel the cab shift like someone had gotten out. 1 second she was there, and the next she wasn't. I pulled over right there in the middle of the road, hazards on, and I searched. Checked the sleeper, checked outside with my flashlight, even called out for her. Nothing. Just the cold night and a long stretch of empty road. After a while, I figured I'd drive to the address she'd given me, just in case she'd somehow slipped away. It was a little white farmhouse at the end of a dirt drive. I knocked, feeling ridiculous. An older couple answered the door. When I told them what had happened, the woman got this look on her face. I'll never forget it. She asked what the girl looked like. I described her. She said, "That was our daughter. She died on this road 10 years ago." I didn't know what to say. Were they crazy? Was I crazy? They didn't look angry, just sad, like they'd heard it before. Maybe they had. I I drove away from that house with my hands gripping the wheels so tight that my knuckles were white. Never picked up another hitchhiker after that. It wasn't like she vanished in a blink. Thinking back, it was slower than that. Each time I glanced in the mirror, it seemed like she was fading, I guess. But it was the darkness, right? A little less there than before, until she wasn't there at all. I don't know what she wanted from me, but it seems like it was a ride home. A chance to relive her last moments. No idea. I just know that I was sharing the truck with someone who didn't really belong in this world anymore. This happened in summer 2010 in Vancouver, British Columbia. I'd gone there with my best friend for a long weekend to check out some of the nightlife and visit a few friends. At the time, I was in my early 20s, pretty reckless, and more willing to throw myself into a party scene without thinking too hard about the consequences. That Friday night, we ended up at Celebrities Nightclub on Davie Street, which was the spot back then. The music was loud, drinks were cheap, and the energy was perfect. Wild, but great. I'd been bouncing around the dance floor, circling back to check on my friend, and eventually I wandered into the bathroom to cool off. That's where I noticed a guy leaning against the wall near the sinks. Mid-30s, glasses, average build. Someone you might expect to see working in an office, not necessarily prowling a nightclub bathroom. He gave me a little smile that immediately put me on edge, but I told myself, don't be rude. We exchanged a few words, and then he asked casually if I wanted to do some coke with him. This wasn't the first time I'd been offered that in a bathroom, and at the time, I was already pretty tipsy, not exactly making great decisions. When I hesitated, he added, I live right near here, just a quick walk. We'll do a couple lines, have a drink, then head back. Without really thinking, I agreed. We walked a few blocks through the West End while he asked me questions, where I was from, my age, if I'd ever been to Vancouver before. I asked his age, but he brushed it off and said that we'd just arrived. His apartment was on the second floor of an older building. A narrow metal staircase led us to his door. He unlocked it, let me inside, and then quickly shut it behind us, locking it with a key. Something about the way the lock clicked, it made my stomach drop. Inside the place, it felt bigger than it looked from outside. Open layout, small kitchen, couch near the door, and a hallway with a few closed doors painted black. He drew the shades, handed me a drink, and with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes, he said, You've got a great body. Would you mind if I took some before photos of you before we party? Every alarm bell went off in my head. I thought of Dahmer's Polaroids, of news stories about people vanishing without a trace. I laughed nervously, trying to play it off, but my heart was hammering. He disappeared into one of the rooms in the back, locking it behind him. The moment he was gone, I dumped the drink in the sink, put on my shirt, and bolted for the door. But when I tried the handle, it wouldn't budge. That's when I heard his voice behind me. What are you doing? He was standing there with a professional camera hanging from his neck, holding a mirror dusted with powder. I mumbled something about needing to get back to the club, offering to exchange numbers, but his demeanor shifted. His smile twisted into a glare. Sit down, now. I froze, and then I did the only thing I could think of. I started screaming, as loud as I could, banging on the walls, the door, anything that might get a neighbor's attention. Shut up, he hissed, running towards me. He fumbled with the locks, finally yanked the door open and barked, Get out. I didn't wait. I sprinted down the stairs, vaulted over the railing, and ran until my lungs burned. I eventually spotted a cab and begged the driver to take me back to Davie Street. When I got to the club, my friends were still dancing. Oblivious to how close I'd come to being a headline, I didn't tell them that night. I was too embarrassed at how stupid I'd been. It wasn't until years later, reading stories on this very subreddit, that I realized just how much danger I'd been in. When I was approximately 10 years old and my younger brother was 8 years old, we lived in a house on a vast plot of land surrounded by forests filled with trees. It was basically the perfect setting for our favorite childhood game, hide and seek. We'd often play with our friends who lived in the surrounding homes. On one particular day, during the late afternoon, me and my friend were doing our best to stay hidden in the trees. Meanwhile, my brother was just as diligently attempting to locate us. Interestingly, I could hear his voice calling out my name from a short distance away, and there was an evident tinge of fear in his voice. Curiosity got the better of me. I needed to investigate the source of his fear. As I walked towards what I thought was him, I stumbled upon a small clearing nestled under the protective canopy of trees. I no longer heard my brother, but to my astonishment, there was an almost colossal figure, entirely white in complexion, standing in the middle of the clearing. My friend had been following behind and had just made it to where I was when he stopped in his tracks. The figure didn't seem to notice our presence. Instead, it stood statue-like, staring directly up at the sky so we couldn't see its face, arms stretched to its sides. It made no sounds, but it did appear to be a light source. It was either glowing in and of itself, or the sun was catching it in a way that it appeared to be so bright. Whatever it was, in the eyes of 2 young children, it loomed at an astonishing height of 10 feet and was like nothing we'd ever seen before. The 2 of us had never been so silent. The sight had kept us pretty occupied, captivated by whatever this thing was. However, we unintentionally made noise by readjusting ourselves, and we could hear others approaching. Worried the thing might disappear, we tried to consider getting closer to convince it to stay. But as soon as I had the thought, which I seemed to share with my friend, the statue-like figure changed positions, arms down at its side, facing forward. It started to slowly dissipate before it suddenly vanished into the trees with remarkable speed. It seemed to effortlessly almost fly through the trees, like light itself. There was no way we could catch up to this thing. I remember my friend saying it literally looked like a ghost. He was right. It wasn't bound to this earth by any of the same things we were. Naturally, we were quite shaken and excited by the occurrence, so we did what most kids would do, hurried indoors and told our parents. However, they were skeptical. They suggested that what we saw might have just been a large white dog or something like that. We were firm in our recounting of the figure. We were firm that it was not a dog. In detail, we described the towering figure the best we could, how it was emitting a white glow, how it simply vanished into thin air. Still, a white dog was the best they could come up with. Nevertheless, to this day, I'm certain that we did indeed witness something. We felt no fear when we laid eyes on it, but we never encountered it again. We contemplated the possibility that it could have been a spirit from one of the numerous vehicles or homes we discovered on our property. But truth be told, who knows for sure? This is a real-life experience. I was spending a summer with my dad after I finished kindergarten before starting first grade. We lived in a double-wide trailer out in the sticks on a gravel back road. The type of area where you had some woods to play in or head across the street to the recently harvested cornfield to play kickball or tag or some other childhood game. My dad and I lived with my dad's brother and his wife, as well as their 2 daughters. My cousins were a little older than me, about 4 years or so. We decided to play hide and seek one evening in the woods behind the trailer. So many spots to hide, laying down behind a fallen tree, ducking in a riverbed. Heck, if you were really crafty, you could pick a tree and climb it until you could see the whole area. We're on like round 3 when my eldest cousin said, "Is that an abandoned trailer?" When we all regrouped, and me and her sister both shot glances in the direction of her stare, and sure enough, there it was. But it didn't look that old. Just had that standard moss on the sides and dirt buildup that you'd expect a trailer in the woods to have. We sat there and stared at it for a second, until my eldest piped up again and said, "You guys want to check it out?" To which me and her sister, both young and eager to venture and rebel, quickly said yes. We get up right next to it, and we can see through the kitchen window, and it's definitely abandoned. But it's weird. Everything is so dusty and disorganized, but not trashed or ransacked. Just kind of like an unorganized clutter. We got to the front door, and oddly enough, it was unlocked. So we get inside, and the amount of dust in the air is so thick that you can feel it when you breathe, like trying to breathe through a t-shirt. We get to looking around, and there's so much cool stuff. An antique rotary phone, engraved wooden cooking utensils, old glass maple syrup decanters, etc. This place was like it was preserved in the 50s or 60s. We made our way back to the master bedroom, and it was so eerie. An old, freshly made bed with a heavy-duty wooden frame, a vanity with various perfumes, makeup items. There was even a small jewelry box, one of those ones with the ballerina in it. We started looking in the closet, and I see this old wedding dress preserved in clear plastic wrap. But it was weird because it looked like it had less dust on it than the other things. That's when a cold chill ran straight up my back and made every hair stand. I turned to my cousins and said, "I think we should leave now." And they agreed, but my oldest cousin grabbed the jewelry box and said, "Finders keepers," and took off with it. I wasn't going to fight her about it because I was younger and smaller and really just wanted to get out. As we're walking out, we noticed one of those old candlesticks with a light bulb in it that was on the table lit up, like someone turned on a switch, but there was no way that this place had electricity. Immediately, we're all spooked, and we run out the door. As we're running away, we look back through the kitchen window again, and all we see is what looked like a silhouette of a very frail old lady with visibly frizzy hair. It was so dark, no features could be seen. My cousin still has the jewelry box to this day, and that still freaks me out. That's the end of this one, but I look forward to hearing yours as well. So, for some backstory, my parents aren't very superstitious people. They're religious, but they're the type of people to find a logical explanation, especially for the harder to explain occurrences. So this dream they both had, it must have been quite realistic for them to act this way. The star of this post is my little sister, Mika. I think she was about 5 or 6, but I don't know. All I know is that she was very young. The night my folks had this dream, we were supposed to go to my step-grandmother's house to help fix something on the house's roof. I hadn't directly asked them what happened in the dream, but when we woke up in the morning, they told Mika to stay away from anything high. And when she asked why, they told her that they both had a dream where she fell from a high place. They told me to watch her carefully that day. They both looked genuinely worried for her safety, so I did precisely that. The entire day, I ensured that she stayed away from the ladders and pretty much anything that she could fall from a high place. The day passed without any incident, and the dream was soon forgotten. The following week or two, again I can't exactly remember, that's when the fall happened. Now, I do want to reiterate that Mika was perfectly fine, which is mind-blowing. You'll see why in a second here. Before I continue, I need to describe the layout of where the accident happened. It took place in the basement, right beside the stairs. The stairs had this wooden pole that was supposed to be a railing, so there was a good amount of space underneath this so-called railing. The basement was unfinished then, which meant the floor was cement. Man, remembering this makes me wonder how the hell Mika walked away unscathed. To get to the basement, you walk down 4 steps to this small landing where the back door was located. Then they turned the opposite way and went down to the basement. Hopefully, that makes sense, like a split level. My parents and I were in the basement in the middle of an argument, which often happened in that house. Mika, being the curious kid that she was, tried to covertly position herself at the top of the stairs to see what the altercation was about. I have no idea what happened, but she somehow slipped from the top of the stairs and landed head first on the cement. We all surged towards her, worried as hell that she'd cracked her head open or worse. But after my parents inspected her for any wounds, Mika seemed perfectly fine, albeit a little rattled. My parents took her to the doctor to ensure that she was okay, and by some damn miracle, there wasn't any sign of a concussion or other severe injuries. Someone out there was watching out for her that day, and I'm so damn grateful that she's all right. Mika is now 18, living her best life. As for the shared dream, my parents never had a dream like that again. That was the only time that's ever happened. Thanks for reading. This is my first post, so hopefully the story was easy to follow. Also, I suck at ending stories, so stay awesome. This happened just last night, and I'm still rattled enough that I need to get it out of my system. My husband and I are on vacation in Mexico. We've honestly been having the best time. Good food, warm nights, friendly people. But this shook me, and I'm definitely reevaluating how seriously I take hotel security. We'd just come back from dinner and walked into our room, set our bags down, kicked off our shoes, and started talking about what we wanted to do tomorrow. We had the Do Not Disturb tag hanging on the handle outside, and we'd only been in the room for a couple of minutes when there was a knock at the door. It wasn't loud, more like a light knock, followed by a man's voice saying something in Spanish. I don't speak much Spanish, but the tone was like someone trying to sound official, almost like room service. My husband and I looked at each other, confused. A moment later, another knock. We hadn't made a sound since walking in. I mouthed to my husband to just wait. It felt off somehow. Then, as he walked toward the door, we both heard it. The unmistakable click of a keycard, unlocking the door. And just like that, it opened. I swear my heart nearly stopped. A man, dirty clothes, scruffy, not in any kind of hotel uniform, was suddenly 2 feet inside our room. My husband slammed his hand against the door before it could swing further, and for a split second, the man looked just as startled as we did. He started rambling in Spanish, and I caught the word Wi-Fi. Then in broken English, he asked if the Wi-Fi was down. My mind was racing. Wi-Fi? At 9 at night? And why our room? How did he access our room? Why did he have a key? I said quickly, "It's fine, Wi-Fi works," hoping it would make him leave faster. My husband didn't move his hand from the door until the man finally turned away and disappeared down the hall. The second the door shut, we engaged the deadbolt and chain lock. We should have done it the moment we came in, but we'd been distracted unpacking. Now I couldn't believe that we'd been so careless. We sat there going over it in disbelief. This wasn't some innocent mix-up. He knocked, he waited, got no response, and then let himself in. If my husband hadn't been right there, if we'd been in bed, if we'd come back a half hour later, My stomach knots up thinking about what could have happened. We reported it to the front desk immediately, and to their credit, they seemed to take it seriously, moving our rooms even. But it doesn't change how shaken up I am about it. I've been behind the wheel most of my life, long-hauling loads back and forth across the country. I don't really believe in tall tales. Ghosts, UFOs, Bigfoot. None of that ever mattered to me. The road's pretty dangerous without worrying about monsters in the woods. But I did see something once. Never been able to put it away. It was about 15 years ago, late fall, up in northern Washington. I'd taken a load along Route 2, one of those long stretches where the road runs tight with the trees. There's no lights or towns, just black forest pressing against the shoulders, and the occasional break where moonlight spills across the wet asphalt. It was just past midnight, and I was running steady. Windows cracked to keep me sharp, radio low. The world was quiet, but I was awake. But out of the corner of my eye, something moved in the tree line. At first, I thought it was a bear. They wander out there sometimes, especially in the colder months, looking for food. But when I slowed a little, when I looked closer, I was shocked. This thing wasn't on all fours. It was upright, running just inside the tree line, keeping pace with the truck. I told myself, definitely not real. Shadows, playing games. But the more I looked, the clearer it got. A massive figure, 7, maybe 8 feet tall, covered in hair that looked slick and dark in the moonlight. Its arms were pretty low. Too low for a man, I remember thinking. And it moved with a speed that didn't make sense for something that size. Then it broke cover fully. It stepped out of the trees into the wash of my headlights. For a split second, the whole thing was lit. Broad chest, thick shoulders, hair matted like wet fur, and eyes that caught light like an animal's. It actually froze in the lane, staring at me. I don't know if it was just as shocked as I was, or curious, or just daring me to keep coming. The truck felt suddenly too small, like I was crawling past something that could reach out and peel the cab open if it wanted. But then just as quick, it turned and bolted back into the woods. One stride, maybe 2, and it was gone, swallowed by the trees and that darkness. Pretty sure I drove another mile before I remembered to breathe. My heart was hammering so loud it was now officially drowning out the engine. I didn't stop. I didn't pull over to check tracks or try to prove anything. I just kept driving, eyes fixed straight ahead. People always ask if I'm sure of what I saw, and I tell them the truth. I don't know what I saw, but I know it wasn't a bear, and it wasn't a man. And in that moment, when our eyes met in the beams of my headlights, I felt smaller than I ever have in my entire life. That was the only time. I've run that stretch of road plenty since, but I've never seen anything like it again. Still, I wonder, what the hell did I see? There is a haunted church. The church campus consists of the sanctuary, the office, and an empty, decrepit house where the priests used to live. It was later used as a meeting space until it was condemned. And there was also a cemetery, with the oldest graves being those of War of 1812 soldiers. All of the buildings have stone exteriors. A priest died in that house in the late 1800s. He was old, so nothing nefarious there. But he still haunts the place, which seems odd to me, since he was a priest and obviously believed in heaven, etc. Why stick around? When I first started working there, I was in the office with a member of the congregation. They told me that on several occasions when they left the old house, turned off all the lights, they would turn around and see that the lights had been switched back on inside through the windows. I believe in the paranormal. I've had an experience myself, so I was intrigued. When I left the office that day by myself, I turned off the lights. At the last light switch, I felt almost an electrical buzz through my finger. The office itself is old, so I wouldn't have been surprised if something wasn't grounded right. Didn't think anything unusual about it. I went back to my desk to grab my things and lock the door, and the light switch I'd turned off was on. Keep in mind, this was the same day I found out about the priest. I've been asking him again to show me any sign that he's here, but he's never done anything else in the 4 years I've been working there. But, without asking, I've seen flashes of light in a dark, windowless room. I'm not sure if it was pareidolia, but I saw a man cross in front of my headlights and disappear. He had dark hair, was wearing a white shirt. I once unlocked the deadbolt on the door to the church, and when I went to turn the knob to go inside, something turned it the opposite way in my hand. This was during lockdown, so definitely no one inside. I ran. I've seen motion detector lights outside turn on by themselves, and when I've jumped in front of them, waving my hands, they never come on. I heard this one from my boss, who's a priest. The organist was practicing by themselves in the church when a pencil went flying across the room. My boss also told me that members have said that they've seen the priest looking out of the windows of the house. The decrepit house is supposed to be torn down within the next year or two. I'm not sure how or if that will affect the priest who won't leave. Maybe he finally will. This story may be hard to believe, especially since I don't have the photo at hand, but I promise I'm telling the truth. When I was a kid, I went on a church service trip to New Orleans. Our aim was to help clean up remaining damages from when Katrina hit. About midway into our trip, we helped remove brush and debris from some old plot of land so that a playground could be built. We were all ecstatic because the day was incredibly productive, and we really believed that the spiritual forces of good, godliness, were at work through us. That night, we visited Bourbon Street to have dinner, listen to some live music, and celebrate the work that had been done. At some point, one of the church leaders was taking pictures and pointed her camera to the sky, facing a distant casino. The sky was clear, no clouds. She snapped a photo, and when the screen displayed her photo, there was a silver-looking face, smiling heinously, while clasping his hands, protecting the casino. His face seemed metallic with many wrinkles. If you can imagine the Heath Ledger Joker, but without eyes, a huge mouth, no teeth, and many wrinkles, like fabric being pulled in multiple directions. That's what it looked like. It had wet-looking orange hair that draped about midway down its face. Its nose was half missing. The entire group went hysterical when they all looked at the photo, and the rest of the night, we were disturbed. The joy that we had felt all day instantly went away. Few of us slept. I had a variety of hallucinations in the dark, of demons falling into me. I didn't get any sleep. There were a few girls in the room next to me who I could hear crying in terror about what had just taken place. I say all of this to illustrate how the incident felt like a direct, successful attempt to hijack our spirits of positive energy. One person in the group tried to come up with multiple natural explanations for the incident, but the leader who took the photo always had new details to explain how there wasn't a natural explanation for what had taken place. This incident alone has been enough to keep my agnostic ass alert and aware of all possibilities. few summers ago, 3 friends and I went hiking in the Selway Bitterroot Wilderness in Idaho. It's rough country, no cell service or marked trails in a lot of areas, and more wildlife than people for sure. On our second day, we came to a massive section of deadfall. Storms or old age had taken down dozens of pines, and they'd fallen in a tangled mess, crisscrossing each other 6 or 7 feet high in places. It looked like a giant had thrown a pile of pickup sticks into a forest. We could have backtracked, but it would have cost us hours, so we decided to pick our way through it. That's when I noticed something weird. The bark was gone, not in patches, completely stripped from some of the trunks. Smooth, pale wood, almost polished, like it had been peeled away. And on several of the bigger logs, there were deep claw marks, long, parallel gouges, as if something with massive hands and claws had raked through the wood. The highest ones were at least 12 feet off the ground. We joked at first, bear, Bigfoot, maybe some Park Service guys using climbing spikes, but none of us had ever seen anything like it. Then about 10 minutes into the deadfall, we heard movement. It wasn't coming from above like a squirrel or bird. It was underneath, heavy, deliberate, moving through the tangle in perfect time with us. Every time we paused, it paused. When we climbed over a trunk, there'd be a creak and a shift somewhere below, like weight pressing against wood. It never got closer or further away, just kept pace, always somewhere beneath the pile. At one point, Mason leaned down to look in a gap between 2 massive trunks. I'll never forget watching the color leave his face. I asked what he saw, but he shook his head and said, "Let's keep moving." We sped up after that, stumbling, scraping our shins, anything to get clear. The noises followed us right to the edge of the deadfall. Then, as soon as we stepped onto solid forest floor, it stopped. No crash of retreating footsteps or a sound climbing out. Just quiet. That night at camp, Mason finally told us what he saw. He said it was skin. Not fur or scales, just pale, stretched skin, moving in the dark gap below. He swore he saw it flex like something was pushing against it from the inside. Me and our friend Chase tried to laugh it off, joke it off, anything. But Mason was dead serious. And I remembered watching the color leave his face when he did see that thing. I don't know if I want to believe him, but I always have. And I know that I've avoided that section of forest ever since. The claw marks are probably still there, high above the ground, waiting for someone else to notice them. And for what? I don't know. But I'm not going to find out. Stay safe out there. This happened in 2017 when my wife and I were forced out of our house while it was being renovated after a leak. Our insurance found us a tiny 1-bedroom apartment. It was small, but we anticipated not having to be there very long. Our first night was fine. Second night, we both woke up at exactly 3 a.m. from basically the same nightmare. Something heavy and featureless, sitting or pressing down on my chest. My wife felt like it was choking the air out of her. We laughed about it the next morning because what else do you do? Then it happened again the next night. Same nightmare, same feeling. We sat up, both gasping, and that's when we both heard a voice. It wasn't a voice like someone's on the phone. It was deep and garbled, like a busted speaker playing a voice through water. It came from the corner near the sliding door, and it felt off. Directed at us, slow and deliberate. Then it cut out. My wife grabbed my arm and whispered, "Did you hear that?" We both heard it. We didn't know what it said, but we heard it. We weren't imagining the sound. After that, we started to smell that smell. It was rotten eggs, sulfur. It would come out of nowhere at night, strong enough to make us gag, then be gone 10 minutes later, like it never happened. There were no obvious signs, no headaches or dizziness, just that awful smell and this feeling like something was in the room with us. I know what people think right away, carbon monoxide or some gas leak. We thought that too because we're logical. We didn't want to sound crazy, but we weren't going to risk it. So, we investigated. The apartment had no gas hookup. It was an electric-only unit, oven, stove, everything electric. No gas meter in the building, and the landlord confirmed the whole complex runs on electricity. There was a working carbon monoxide detector in the hallway, though, the kind with a little red light. It never alarmed. We checked the battery the morning after the first night that it had happened. The indicator light was fine the whole time. We even called the insurance company and told them about the smell. We obviously didn't tell them about the voices or demons. They sent maintenance, and then a professional inspector the same day. The inspector did a full sweep. HVAC checked, ductwork inspected, electrical system scanned. There were no gas leaks or combustion issues. No elevated CO2 readings. He even used a handheld CO2 meter in our apartment that read 0. For peace of mind, we called the utility company. They sent someone out who confirmed there were no leaks on their lines, not in the building or nearby. And we also checked with neighbors. No one else reported any weird smells or symptoms. The building was old, but nothing pointed to a building-wide health hazard. So while CO2 or smell of gas is what we first suspected and what we told the insurers to get moved, every professional check came back clean. The sulfur smell baffled even the inspector. He said it wasn't from anything that he could measure or find. The week went on with the same pattern. We'd wake up at 3 a.m., choking, sometimes hearing that twisted voice in the corner, sometimes not. The smell of sulfur would creep in at random, and we tried sleeping with the lights on or sleeping in different positions, leaving windows open. Nothing changed. Finally, we stopped pretending. We told the insurance company the smell was unbearable and insisted on a different place. They obliged and moved us out within a day. Leaving felt like pulling off a Band-Aid. The last night that we were there, we sat on the couch with all of the lights on until dawn, neither of us sleeping. We were relieved to go. After we moved back home, we sold a bunch of stuff that we'd bought in the apartment because we didn't want any reminders. Neither of us will say it out loud much, but we both remember the weight of the air in that place and how the voice sounded like it was someone trying to speak through a busted mic. People can have perfectly sensible explanations for weird stuff. Wiring, stress, CO2, whatever. Those are the things I checked first because I'm not reckless. We ruled them out. I'm not looking for believers. I just don't like getting gaslit into thinking that there's a neat scientific answer when there wasn't for us. Whatever it was in that apartment, it wasn't friendly. It felt like pure fear. We left, and we've never heard the voice again. But every time my phone buzzes or something happens at 3 a.m., I still get that tight feeling in my chest. I check the bedroom, see if someone might be standing there. They never are. So yeah, I blame that apartment and whatever's attached to it. When I was 3, my mom and I followed my dad to Oregon from San Fernando Valley in California. My dad transferred to Oregon City to open a new Home Depot. This was in 1997, so it was an even smaller city back then. And we lived out in the sticks, as my mom called it. The house was beautiful, though. It was situated in a solitary little clearing with a long gravel driveway through the trees. Our dining room doors opened up to a big lawn on a hill, and the front entry led to the finished basement downstairs, or the main house upstairs. In the main house's hallway, my room was the first door on the right, and my parents' room was the last on the left. The first couple incidents aren't too weird. I'd ask my dad to close the blinds so the monsters couldn't see me, even though we were on the second floor, and I'd run to my parents in pure terror almost every night. Maybe this is just a child adjusting to a new environment, but I don't know. I have such vivid memories of my panic as I ran down that hallway. So I'll tell these next two in chronological order. For the first one, my aunt said that she came to visit me when she was 13 and I was 4. My room was weird. My closet had 2 giant rolling mirrors for doors, and they took up half of the wall next to my bed. The bedroom door was opposite of my bed, and I had a wooden rocking chair in the far corner. My bed was against a wall, and my aunt was sleeping on the inside while I was on the outside. She woke up to see that I was awake, staring at the rocking chair, because it was rocking. She asked what was going on. I said that there was a lady in the chair. She asked what the lady wanted. I told my aunt that she wanted to read me a story. My aunt said to let her, and she said I gave her the biggest "what the fuck" look she'd ever seen. Then she said that there was nothing we could do. Roll over and pass out. I personally don't remember the experience, but I vividly remember this next one, which happened a couple of weeks later. After my aunt left, I missed her terribly, and I ran to my parents' room, where I sat on the bed and stared at the door, like I was waiting for something. Then, suddenly, a rainbow-colored woman walked in. She and her dress were shimmery, multicolored, but almost muted. She sat at the foot of the bed, leaned towards me, saying that I would be okay, that my aunt would eventually come back. Then she left. That's the end of the memory. I also used to dream that I'd be looking at my body from above and suddenly fall into it. When I'd instantly wake up, the whole bed would be shaking, like I'd just jumped on it. Thanks for reading. Much love to you all, and please, let me know what you think about the woman. I've been thinking about her for the last 25 years. This is a story that happened back in 2015, and it still freaks me out to this day. For context, me, 25-year-old male, and my cousin, 26-year-old male, go to our grandma's house every school, university break since we were kids, and we stay there pretty much doing nothing and having fun playing video games. We always share a bedroom when we're there, and we both have our own beds. I was 15 and he was 16 at the time, and none of us have sleep paralysis. One night, we both went to the bedroom around midnight, closed the door, and fell asleep. Sometime later, my cousin got up to pee, left the room, and went to the bathroom. This caused me to wake up because of the lights. I checked my phone. It was around 2:30 a.m. He came back, closed the door, and laid on his back. And that's when it started. Keep in mind that I was 100% awake at this point, as I woken up from him opening the door and closing it. By the time he laid on his bed, this really deep-toned and steady-paced church bell started ringing, really loud inside our bedroom, near our beds. As I was listening to it, I freaked the fuck out. All I could do was cover my head with the blanket and stay there trying to hide myself. A few seconds later, that fucking bell started to wander around the room, moving in all directions, up and down, moving over my bed, around the whole bedroom. I'm not sure how long this lasted, but it felt like an eternity. It then started moving towards the door, got out of the bedroom, into the living room, The bedrooms of the house are right next to the living room. It then headed to the back of the house and disappeared. I have no idea where this came from and where it went, or even what it was. After it was gone, I honestly didn't have enough courage to say anything. I just stayed quiet, as did my cousin. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. The next day, when I woke up, I asked my cousin if he'd also heard the bell. He said yes, exactly as I had. To this day, this experience still creeps the hell out of us. We have no explanation for what happened. There are no churches in the area, and definitely no bells that ring in the middle of the night. This has been freaking us out since it happened when we were younger, and we still try to figure out some sort of explanation for it. But we've never really come up with any, so I thought I'd share it here. Any thoughts? Ever since I was a baby, I saw ghosts. My parents and I lived in a small house in Arizona. My mom would hear and see small children that weren't really there. She would see a tall black figure and a deformed woman. She told me stories about the children, how they would stand and watch her sleep. None of my other sisters experienced anything except my older sister. She would have to sleep with my parents because the boy in the corner was scaring her. My mom remembers one night when I went into their bathroom and was whispering to someone. My mom heard something mumble, and I responded, "I can't reach. I can't see you." There was a window, and it was on the second story. My mom got up and quietly listened and heard something say something along the lines of, "Step up on the sink." She ran in and saw the figure on the wall disappear. She would see the figure watch me when I was a baby. She would see me playing with the children. This continued until we moved out. We lived without seeing anything like that for about a year. After my parents divorced, I moved into an apartment with my dad and remember seeing the figure again. I was around 6 or 7. One night I remember being woken up because I was sleepwalking. My dad heard me mumbling to something, and then something jiggled the lock on the front door. He said I unlocked it and walked out. We lived on the second floor, and the only thing on the outside was a small fence and the stairs. He had to grab me because I was starting to climb the small fence. After that, he put another lock on the door, one I wasn't able to reach. I've always remembered seeing things that my sisters don't, and my mom was the only one who did. During the time in the house before my parents split, my mom would try to protect the house. She put special pouches in our rooms that we weren't supposed to touch. She'd burn candles and had a psychic come into the house and check. And after the divorce, she did the same thing at her apartment, while my dad didn't because he didn't believe her. My mom also went to a different psychic when I was still living in the first house, and before my mom ever said anything about the ghosts and figures, the lady told her to watch me closer. She described me perfectly, told my mom that they were communicating with me, that they wanted something from me, and to watch that tall, black figure the most. This was in late September. My girlfriend and I were camping in a quiet section of state forest that basically shuts down after Labor Day. We had hiked a couple of miles, set up our tent near a small creek, and had the place completely to ourselves. Sometime after midnight, I woke up. The fire had burned down to embers, and the air was cold enough that I could see my breath. And then I saw off in the trees, maybe 50 yards away, a faint light, a line of faint warm lights. They moved slowly, weaving between the trunks like a group of people carrying lanterns. I sat up and nudged my girlfriend awake. She saw them too. "There's no trail over there, right?" she whispered. And she was right. That part of the forest was just dense brush and uneven ground. We watched for a minute trying to figure out what we were seeing. The lights weren't bright enough to be flashlights, and they were this odd, steady glow. There was no flicker, no beam. Curiosity got the better of us, and we decided to go toward the light. As we got closer, the forest was even quieter. Our footsteps sounded way too loud, like the trees were sucking up the rest of the noise. The lights drifted ahead, just far enough to keep us moving, and then without warning, they blinked out. We stopped, considering turning on our flashlights, but we listened hard. And that's when my eyes adjusted enough to see what had replaced the lights. In the spots where the lanterns had been were small figures, human-shaped, no taller than my chest, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, bonnets, suspenders, simple linen shirts. Their faces were pale and almost gray. Their eyes were open, but unfocused. They weren't really standing. They were half buried in the ground, like they'd been planted there. Dirt rose around their waists, holding them in place. My girlfriend was gripping my arm. I figured she sees them too. None of them moved or even blinked. We backed away slowly, never taking our eyes off of them either, until we were far enough to turn and run. When we got back to camp, we stuffed everything into our packs, and we hiked out with a headlamp, all the way to the car. We've been back to that forest since. Like I said, it's a state park, but never at night. I've never seen those lights again, or whatever the hell that was. But we certainly won't forget. This happened to me several years ago, back when I was a teenager. I've never really told many people about it, but the memory has always stuck with me. Some background. I've always believed in paranormal. I've experienced other things, but nothing quite to this extent. I grew up in Arkansas, and as a family in a smaller city, we spent a lot of time outdoors, fishing, hunting, camping, etc. I was about 16 when my dad and I decided to go hunting on some land owned by a longtime family friend. I grew up hunting out there and was familiar with the majority of the property. My dad had been out prior and scoped a few good spots to sit and wait. He took me to a dry creek that I wasn't entirely familiar with. It had a raised island in the middle of it. It was like 4 or so feet higher than the creek bed. There was a fallen tree on top of it. He had me sit on the stump. He left me there and went to whatever location he'd picked for himself. I waited there for a while, not really hearing or seeing anything. I eventually laid my gun down on the ground at my feet, stood up to stretch a little. I remember suddenly feeling a little odd. While I was stretching, I started hearing thuds. It sounded like a horse running, or a deer maybe, but it sounded heavier. I could hear whatever it was, but couldn't see anything. I was in the middle of the woods, and I heard no leaves being rustled around or anything. Only the thuds. Before I could react, I felt a hard shove on the center of my chest, and I fell backwards off of the little hill that I was on. It pushed the breath out of me and scared me to death. After the hit, there was no more noise. Nothing running away, just silence. The entire experience freaked me out. And of course, when I yelled and finally found my dad, he didn't believe me. Has anyone else experienced anything similar to this? I've seen and heard things before, but I've never been touched or hit. What could this be? A couple of months ago, on a day when I was simply asking my cards if there were any messages they had for me, I received a calling to manifest something I desired, or I guess, thought I desired. Ever since I was a kid, I've always experienced what you'd consider otherworldly beings, spirits, angels, whatever your preferred term may be. There's been all kinds of experiences, scary ones, funny ones, good ones, great ones, etc. They're not consistent, but they've happened plenty of times over my life. I'm in my mid-20s now. So on that day, I decided to ask my guide something along the lines of this. If the power for mediumship is within me, I ask that it becomes more prevalent in my life. I did my own little routine that has been taught down the line of my Balkan family. Later that night, I was watching TV downstairs with my roommates. I had to pee, as one does, so I started up the stairs to my bathroom. One of my roomies yelled out a question. I stopped, naturally looked back down the stairs. I was frozen for a moment when I saw the scariest spirit I've ever seen. A woman in all black, drapey clothes, long hair covering most of her face, just staring at me from the bottom of the stairs. I didn't even answer my roommates. I began backing up the stairs quickly, turned around once again, and there she was, closer this time. A feeling of dread came over me. I'm not joking when I say I ran to my bathroom, slammed the door shut. I called one of my roommates downstairs to come get me. That night, as I was falling asleep, I heard my name being whispered. Let's just say I didn't sleep that night. I do all my practices during the day. It's just how it's always been and what feels right. The next morning, I reversed that asking of mine, did one of my familiar house cleansing practices. I haven't heard or seen anything since. I'm worried that I may have completely closed off this previous ability of mine. I guess what I'm so curious about is if anyone thinks that this was a dark entity, a lost soul, or anything else. I still question it to this day. Had I accidentally lowered a veil, made myself more vulnerable? Let me know your thoughts. I live with my grandma. My bedroom is in the basement. She can't walk up and down the stairs anymore, so she never comes down there. Last night, I had the most vivid dream I've had in my life. Everything in my dream was exactly the same as it was in real life at the time. My grandma upstairs, my boyfriend and I asleep in my bed downstairs. The dream went like this. In the middle of the night, every car alarm on our street was going off. Minutes later, things around my bedroom were being thrown around the room, knocked off of shelves, and there was a loud bang all around the house. I ran upstairs and the two chandeliers in the living room were swinging around. I went back downstairs and a noose had appeared on my bedroom ceiling. When I woke up, I ran upstairs to tell my grandma about my dream. Before I had the chance to say anything, she said, I felt like Mike was here with me last night. Mike is my father, who passed away a few years ago. I left for work and my boyfriend still sleeping in my bed. When he woke up, he called me and said that he felt very sick, but as soon as he left the house, he felt better. Literally, as soon as he walked out the front door. When I got home from work, I went downstairs and sat down on my bed. I noticed a necklace that I've never seen before in my life. It was just lying on my bed next to me. I went upstairs to ask my grandma about it. She said that she'd never seen it before either. It was a gold chain with a dainty cross pendant. After talking to my grandma, I headed downstairs. The necklace was laying in the middle of the kitchen floor. I ran back to my grandma's bedroom. When I came back, it had moved from the kitchen to the living room. Maybe it seems like all of this could easily be explained, but it feels too coincidental. And I don't understand where this necklace came from, or how it's moving around with neither of us touching it. About 6 months ago, my girlfriend and I stayed at the St. James Hotel in Red Wing, Minnesota. I'd heard stories about it being haunted before, and was curious, but was mostly there for the beauty and history of the place. When we got to our room, I did a little Google search to read up on the history, came across a page talking about it being haunted. It said that the third floor was considered the most haunted. We were on the third floor. Then it explained that the third floor had been the residence of an old hotel owner, and room 310 was her room. We were staying in room 310. The article didn't say anything about what she does to the room itself, but it said that she's active in the dining room, moving tables and silverware around, so I didn't know what to expect. The room has those fancy curtains that hang straight down and that you hook up with hooks that loop in the back. They look kind of scalloped when they're up. When we woke in the morning, some of the hooks and loops had been torn down and broken, like someone had pulled the curtain with some force. Others had been adjusted to be lower than they were originally. We hadn't heard anything during the night, and you need a stepping stool to reach the curtains in the first place. But that stool was in the same place that it had been when we checked in. The 2 windows facing the main road were fine, while the other 2 on the side had been messed with. My girlfriend swears up and down that she didn't do it. She's too short anyway. Plus, I'm a light sleeper. I would have heard her. It's probably just a coincidence, but an hour after we checked in, the door to the closet had already swung open. We joked that the lady of the house saw 2 lesbians walk in her room and decided to open a closet for us to go back in where we came from. We were spooked, and we still had to stay the night after that with our homophobic ghost friend, but nothing else happened. The hotel is beautiful, even if it has a heavy, eerie feeling everywhere. Apparently, there's a lot of other ghosts there besides this one, who we found out is named Clara. As a child, I would stay at my grandfather's house while my mother was out running errands. I usually wasn't afraid of his house unless it was late at night, but when I was 4, something happened during the day. My aunt was living there at the time, but she had left early one morning before my grandfather or I woke up. Later, my grandfather left to run some errands thinking that she was still upstairs. When I finally woke up, I called out to him. And after a few minutes, I began to panic and ran upstairs to find my aunt. That's when I saw a tall, pitch-black figure standing directly in front of her closed door. It was like a 3-dimensional humanoid shadow. It had no features and stood completely motionless. I began creeping towards it, but when I got close, I chickened out and ran back downstairs, panicking with tears in my eyes. I guess human nature kicked in and told me not to get within arm's length of something I didn't understand. My mother realized I was alone after speaking to both my aunt and grandfather, so she sped over to pick me up. I was more afraid of being in trouble for wetting the bed than I was of the shadow man upstairs. Once we were in the car, Mom asked if I went upstairs to look for my aunt. I said yes, and that a man had been standing at her door. Imagine randomly hearing that from your kid. I'm an adult now, and my mother says that when she was younger, she woke up to see 2 men talking in that hallway, but couldn't make out what they were saying. She screamed to wake up her dad, but when she turned back towards the hall, they were gone. My grandfather's house is pretty old. I think there's at least one spirit haunting his house. I haven't experienced anything else other than seeing a shadow that looked like my dog running towards my bed. But I'll never forget that tall, featureless figure. My family and I live in a mobile home park where the trailers have been converted into homes. Recently, me, my wife, and the rest of the family that lives with us, we've been hearing and or smelling strange things. At first, we thought it was the stray cats or raccoons, but then things started getting weirder. We started hearing the sounds. Sometimes it would be footsteps, other times we would hear knocking. We thought at first maybe we smoked a bit too much of the devil's lettuce, but everyone else in the house was also hearing these things. That's when the sounds started sounding like people talking to us. But the weird thing was it always sounded like they were incredibly far away. The most recent thing was the smell of rotting dead of some kind. I couldn't for the life of me remember when the last time I'd smelled death like that. The smell seemed almost intense, as if it were right in front of me. I checked around our home, under it, just to make sure there were no dead animals. This happened at almost 12 at night, when my wife and I were outside smoking. I had my brother come out and check, and even he agreed that it wasn't just me who smelled it. He said it smelled like the corpse of a person. That's when I remembered why the smell seemed so familiar, because a man who had died a few years ago. I remember how many times we walked by his corpse. They realized he died inside the wall, but I never forgot the smell. It was a very horrid smell. Still, that smell only has happened once. It hasn't come back that I know of. I'm usually one to think of scientific reasons. I ended up checking if any possible sewage had leaked from a pipe or if it came from the neighbor's home, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. These weird happenings only seem to happen at night, and most of the people that live near us are usually asleep by 10 p.m., and we stay up till about midnight, 1 in the morning. My neighbors have told me that on the few occasions they've been outside at that hour, they say they feel uncomfortable, or they hear something, but they chalk it up to maybe random animals, or them being tired. I'll post an update if anything significant happens. I would also like any opinions or theories to what it might be. My dad has vascular dementia, lives in an assisted living facility. I come over a couple times a week to drive him to doctor appointments, fill up his medication. So we have a key to his room. Last week, he said that management found my key in one of the bathrooms. I looked in my purse and sure enough, that set of keys were missing. I asked him to hang on to them and I'd get them on my next visit. I went a couple days later, and when I looked down at my purse, my key ring was there. They weren't missing after all. It was weird, but I shrugged it off. When Dad answered the door, he had my keys and handed them to me. That set has one key for his door, one for his mailbox, and a library key fob. I showed him that those weren't mine, suggested that they might belong to one of his nurses. I had passed a couple of them on the way earlier, so I jogged down the hall and asked if the keys belonged to them. Not only was it theirs, but there's only one mailbox key per room. If I had mine, then the other one shouldn't be missing. One of the nurses, Rachel, turned to the other nurse and whispered, "The only thing I can think of is Bob." Both of their faces went pale, and Rachel thought to call the library to say we found a key fob that we wanted to return. The librarian said they couldn't give out personal information, that they'd have to contact the owners themselves. So, Rachel blurted out that if it belonged to who she thought it did, he wouldn't mind because he's dead, and she asked if the owner's name was Bob. The librarian confirmed his full name, and after taking a few moments to herself, Rachel explained that Bob was the last resident to live in my dad's room, and that he had died in there. His room had been empty for 3 years, because any time a new resident moved in, they would complain about the room being haunted and demand to be moved. My dad is the first person who hasn't noticed. He's been in there for 6 months. Now, it seems that Bob has finally returned his keys. I didn't think I'd ever post here, as I normally am a skeptic. However, in a short time, 2 rather strange things have happened. My grandfather recently had a major health scare. He was in critical condition for a week, before getting better on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, and finally passing away this morning. From Sunday until this morning, he was lucid in his conversations and was easy to talk to. However, he was saying crazy things, like he'd been walking on the beach all morning, that he'd seen a dragon, or that he hit his foot on the door while carrying my cousin, even though he's on a bed and he can't get up, and my cousin is 200 kilometers away. The doctors told us that this was normal with his treatments. The strange thing started when he started talking about dead people. His brother, his wife, his parents. He would say something, wait a few seconds as if someone would answer him, and then talk again. It could last a long time. In his hallucinations, he would only talk with dead people, until yesterday when he started to talk to his neighbor, who, to our knowledge, was alive. At the time, we didn't pay much attention. Today, when we heard that he died, we called his friends to invite them to the funeral ceremony, and we learned that the neighbor he was talking to had died on Monday. Still related to the story, according to the doctors, he died between 5 and 7 in the morning. My aunt came to see him as she lives far away. She sleeps in my grandfather's house in his absence. This morning, at 8:30, she was awakened by the sound of footsteps moving around the apartment. A bit worried, she sent a message in the family WhatsApp group to know if anyone had come into the apartment. Nobody had come. All the doors were closed. It was only around 9 a.m. that the hospital called us about the death. I don't know what to think. Normally, I'm very skeptical, but I'm starting to wonder. Maybe my opinion will change with this story. I had the same nightmare every night for over 10 years. I was always running down an endless hallway, no visible doors, windows, or lights. And I knew there was something chasing me, so I just kept running. I never got tired either. A couple of months ago, the dream changed. The hallway walls fell down, and the path turned into a treadmill. So I was always running in place. Eventually, I fell down and finally saw what had been chasing me. The figure was at least 7 feet tall, pitch black, but it was also sort of shiny. Its body was very thin but round. Its head shaped like a siren. It had 9 arms with 7-inch claws for fingers, and its limbs were much smaller than its torso. I crawled backwards to get away, but it reached out, trying to grab me, and I woke up the moment its claws touched my foot. Then I found a fairly deep cut on my foot, exactly where it touched me. I definitely didn't have a cut there when I went to sleep. I work night shifts at a hotel, and I ended up talking to a nice couple who wanted to explore the property. They hadn't wanted to return to their room yet, and we happened to be discussing the paranormal. It was 2:30 a.m., and I looked behind them to see the exact thing from my nightmare walking onto the hotel property. I accidentally yelled at the sight, which caused the guests to turn their heads right as it was fading away. But they still caught a glimpse. None of us could explain it, so we let the conversation end there. They returned to their room, and I furiously checked the cameras to see if they caught what we saw. But nothing showed up. I saw a lot of scary things as a child, and the worst happened in my bedroom when I was 12. You can be skeptical, but I know what I saw. I woke up at 2, rolled over to face my door. Someone was crouched in the corner, next to the bookshelf, and I was suddenly wide awake. I could tell it was a woman, long, dark hair, so I called out, thinking it was my sister, but she didn't respond. I kept saying I could see her, and in to grab what she needed so she could go back to bed. Finally, she began to stand up, very slowly. I still couldn't see her face, just the hair and a white dress. But that's when I saw she was way too tall to be my little sister. I called out to my mom next, but still didn't get a response. I began shaking, crying, screaming at the top of my lungs. I backed into the corner, and she slowly shuffled out of my room, sideways, without even taking her eyes off of me. I told my dad someone might be in the house. My whole family woke up in a panic. We did a thorough search and found nothing. But I still didn't sleep the rest of the night. I don't think anyone believes me, but I'll never forget this experience. It was truly horrifying. Thankfully, I haven't had any other experiences like this. I grew up in a haunted town. When I was younger, I went to an event and I saw a neon blue orb, but it was shaped more like the dog from A Nightmare Before Christmas. I was the only one who noticed it, but it didn't feel strange or out of place. Our house was in a cul-de-sac next to a forest, and when standing at the edge of the woods, you could always hear a creaking noise. It sounded like a screen door opening and closing. Then, as I got older, it sounded more like a swinging noose. I never worked up the courage to look for the source, but it still gives me the creeps when I think about it. Several years later, when I was 17, I was on my way to get my sister from work. She got off at midnight, and there was a cemetery on the road leading to her job. On the sidewalk, there was a barefoot woman with long brown hair, wearing a white gown. It gave me chills, the way she stared at me, so I hurried away. Several months later, at midnight on New Year's Eve, my friends described seeing the exact same woman. Hello, my name is Alexa, and I'm 35 years old. I've always been sensitive to the paranormal. I've attracted things both human and non-human. This was not my first experience, but it stands out because of how I felt. When I was 12, I would walk to and from school, and I always took a shortcut through the local cemetery. One day, I fell in the cemetery, and I saw bare feet right in front of me. I immediately felt very uneasy. When I stood up, I saw a woman. She was wearing a knee-length white nightgown. She had long black hair. She was looking down at her feet. I felt very unsettled, like I could be in danger. She looked at me. When I said hello, that's when I noticed her eyes were blood red, almost reptilian, with vertical pupils. It felt like she was looking through me. She said that I should be more careful, and I needed to go home. Then she disappeared. I never saw her again. I have no idea what she was, but I inherently knew that she could have killed me. If anyone knows what she could have been, please let me know in the comments. In death row of Florida State Prison, in a back room is Old Sparky. Now, I know many people think of Sing Sing Prison in the Green Mile movie, but the truth is most prisons share terms for places and objects. Now, Old Sparky was the Florida State electric chair. It's still ready to go if they were to ever reinstall the generators. I had 2 interactions with this chair. They have orderly inmates shine the chair still, and a guard will have to watch them while they do it. I was acting as an auxiliary officer, coming from the prison next door, and being a death row officer by this point in my career, I drew the long straws, as my captain put it, and was put on detail for Old Sparky. I know this isn't a very long story, But I believe that there is some negative attachment to that chair. I'm a generally healthy person, decent immune system, and not squeamish in any way. But when I would enter the room with the chair, I would get ill. Nausea, sweats, pains, anxiety. The closer I got, the worse I felt. The first time I was guarding the detail, I kept having to swap officers for a few minutes just to feel better. Finally, I just couldn't do it anymore. I talked to the shift lieutenant and explained that I was having issues in that room. And that's when I was moved to compound security.